Yeah, let's start with the Denims video. I'm gonna grab some water real quick. If it costs to do it, so might as well do it. I mean, if your computer can handle it. But yeah, I'll be right back.
Villain of the video, and I think that it went a long way to showing just what an evil, hateful fucking. And I'll say it, and I'll double down on it. And people, oh no, did I not go there.
Just don't invalidate.
Okay, let me
yourself
do
like
this.
Exactly.
Let me do this. Let me do this. I'm not gonna go there.
You can think of much
appreciate it.
worse things to say about her that are totally acceptable, to be honest.
You want to give me examples?
No, please, by all means.
Like the C word?
No, I'm not saying no.
What did I get myself into this time? Before we get into it, some quick housekeeping first.
North Star Radio. Ethan KKKlein spreads altered footage. What the fuck? Of Twitch streamer Denims. I know that's not true, but I'm not watching.
Wait, okay, run it back. Sorry. From the top, make it drop. That's a whack.
Denims, by the way, was the real villain of the video, and I think that it went a long way to showing just what an evil, hateful fucking. And I'll say it, and I'll double down on it. And people, oh no, did I not go there.
Just don't invalidate.
Okay,
yourself
let me
like
do
that.
this. Let me do
Exactly.
this. Let me do this. I'm not gonna go there.
You can think of much
appreciate it.
worse things to say about her that are totally acceptable, to be honest.
You want to give me examples?
No, please, by all means.
Like the C word?
No, I'm not saying no.
What did I get myself into this time? Before we get into it, some quick housekeeping first.
North Star Radio. Ethan KKKlein spreads altered footage. What the fuck? Of Twitch streamer Denims. I know that's not true, but I'm not watching your 30-minute long video.
It's true. I wanted to make it a little bit harder this time for you.
Wait, I wanna, okay.
Of Twitch streamer Denim. Ethan KKKlein spreads altered footage. What the fuck? Of Twitch streamer.
Wait, when did he even say this? Because it is true. He did do that. Can we get Ethan KKKlein's side counter when he reacted to anything history related? That would be funny, but it's a lot of work. Just keep track of it in your mind, chat.
Denims. I know that's not true, but I'm not watching your 30-minute long video.
It's true.
I love Ethan being like, what? North Star Radio said that I watched altered footage of Denims? That's not true. And I'm not watching the original to find out. Like, he's not even trying anymore. He's not even attempting to, like, you know what I mean? He's not even attempting to be, like, genuine or sincere or truthful. He's just like, literally, he's just like, who cares? You know what I mean? Who cares if I lie?
I wanted to make it a little bit harder this time for Ethan to deceptively clip my video again, so this time I added a timer. Also, I'm going to cover it later in the video, but I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea, so I'm just going to leave this banner right there. On the 7th, Ethan KKKlein said on his podcast that he got a visit from CPS that morning and that he was told the call came in on the 3rd. Of course, in his eyes, this must be because of the mean people on Reddit, and I guess me. So,
Again, I want to point out, Ethan's not watching the video. Right? Because there is a timer, Ethan is not going to watch the video. Instead, what he's going to do is his community is going to put like a text block on Reddit about like, this is what Denim said. And he's going to react to that text block and be like, wow, how dare she or whatever. He's not going to watch the video, right? Because he only attaches the things that he knows that he can deceptively, you know, clip. Things that are deceptively made to make him look good so that he doesn't actually have to respond to any criticism. That's the only thing he responds to. Right? And if you can't get that and you take method or mechanisms to like protect yourself from that clipping, he'll just like ignore it. You won't engage with it.
why exactly does he think I'm responsible?
Denims is actually participating in this whole child protective service lie.
Denims is streaming.
Also, I love that he says probably. Like it's like saying allegedly before you just start making slanderous claims, right? Denims is probably involved with this CPS stuff, you know? She may have even potentially allegedly called it himself, you know?
This story about our
I'll
kid
show that, yeah.
getting Giarda from the dog, whatever. By the way, that's not what it was in the end. Ethan was just sharing his thoughts, what we were thinking, we were speculating.
Basically, Ethan KKKlein is saying that my community
Wait, okay, I don't get Denims is streaming. Did I miss that thing? Why does he focus on my own commentary?
Is streaming this story.
This whole
Oh,
child
she
protective
said
service
that.
lie.
Denims is streaming this story about our
I'll
kid
show that, yeah.
getting Giarda from the dog, whatever.
Wait, okay. Okay. She says that Denims must be involved with calling CPS because Denims is streaming something that they said themselves on their own more popular, more watched, more listened to podcast weeks ago. That's their evidence. That's their proof that Denims was involved with calling CPS. Be like, oh, well, she streamed this story, so it must be somebody in Denims' audience. Well, maybe it was somebody in your audience. If you consider that, you made the original claim. Maybe somebody, it's equally as likely that one, it was somebody inside of their actual real life to somebody online. But it's also equally more likely that it's somebody in their audience who felt parasocial about their kids and wanted to make sure that their kids were all right after they streamed the original claim about their kids are getting giardia, right? Having diarrhea from eating dog poop or whatever. There is no evidence, zero evidence that it was like a Redditor or a hater or a you know, a snarker or whatever.
By the way, that's not what it was in the end. Ethan was just sharing his thoughts, what we were thinking, we were speculating.
Basically, Ethan Klein is saying that my community called CPS on him, and his evidence is that my chat is so militant and so hateful that every single comment is calling for people to take direct action against him, which he attempts to prove with a clip from my stream that's been edited to show messages from my chat.
Look at her chat. So this to me is like very important clip.
Wow,
and look at the comments.
That.
Call CPS. Child endangerment must CPS. Social services. Bro needs someone to call CPS. That's child. It's every comment.
Yeah.
Also, and I just want to point out, this is a totally normal internet thing, even if they weren't edited. Right? Like, people saying, man, someone should call CPS. Right? It's a totally normal internet thing that people do whenever they see a child potentially in danger. Whether or not people do call CPS or not, most instances, it's not, they don't. Right? You know what I mean? But it's like if somebody sees like an insinuation of domestic violence, the internet's going to be like, man, someone should call the police. Someone should check in on them. Someone should do a wellness check on them, right? That doesn't mean people are actually calling the police on a random couple or whatever based upon like a few clips. Sometimes they might, right? But this is normal, like, you know, normal internet interactions. There's no evidence that any of these people actually did call CPS. Taylor chatters are arbiters of truth. Yeah, they never lie or exaggerate for comedic effect.
How did they get the memo? Every single fucking comment. Your chat is saying call CPS. You don't want to say any single fucking thing about that.
Well, what do you want her to say? No, chat. I'm not gonna call CPS. It's not serious. Even if she said that, you would cut it out. You would clip it out. Because he's done it before.
Sick, twisted, evil woman. I'm not exaggerating when I say literally every comment is call CPS. Notice that.
It is also funny. Because, like,
I'm not exaggerating.
You can literally see the chat above her where the comments are not call CPS. You know what I mean? But, you know.
When I say literally every comment is call CPS. Notice the chat is almost in complete universal agreement, and Denims endorses this clearly. As you can see, she's not moderating this at all, and it's pretty much 100% of the comments saying call CPS on them. Their kids should be taken away.
My nannies have
2 days before it happened, and she's like, "I'm sorry, girl."
Wait, so okay, so he's claiming that like Denims this chat on the first. Saw the Jeez Louise, excuse me. Denims' chat on the 1st saw Ethan Klein's stream saying that, you know, his kids had Giardia or whatever. Called CPS on the 1st, and within 2 days, CPS had an officer like at Ethan Klein's house to inspect his house. I don't know, maybe. I don't know the intricacies of how CPS works. Maybe they work that quickly. You know what I mean? Maybe they don't do like any you know, evidence gathering of themselves or research into the claims to see whether or not the claims are true. They just show up, you know.
But this is kind of your fault, looking like. Love made a good point. You said, "Is this every comment?" I believe this is a live feed of the chat. This isn't edited.
No, that's okay. That's a lie. You know, this is not a live feed of the chat because the chat here does not match the chat here. Did you hear CPS did not investigate and create a case unless there is reasonable cause? Well, I mean, but Ethan said that it was a snarker, so you know.
I thought these were
no. This I think when you full screen it. No, this is an edit. It's a cutout of the full chat. It's just enlarged. There,
really?
Over the screen, yeah.
Did you catch that last clip? Yep, his own employee just tried to show him that he's wrong, and he ignored it because he's lying. The clip is deceptively edited. He's doing it again. At this point, I don't know if he's watched a single real video of me. Let's see that again. Look at the chat in the top right corner.
He has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog shit. And
Love made a good point. You said, "Is this every comment?"
Like, also, it's kind of funny because like the video is edited as though this is a scrolling chat. It's a screenshot. This is very clearly a screenshot that is just, you know, transformed to move upwards. It's not chat scrolling, right? Because if it was chat scrolling, it would be a lot more, you know, jagged, a lot more delayed. It wouldn't be as uniformly as like a, you know what I mean? Like it's a screenshot, so it's not a you know, a real time what's it called? Expansion of the chat.
I believe this is a live feed of the chat. This isn't edited.
What about the?
Like you can just tell by the difference in the way they're moving, right? Because this is how chat messages come through.
I thought these were.
No, it's this. I think when you full screen it. No, this is an edit. It's a cutout of the full chat. It's just enlarged.
Oh,
there,
really?
Over the screen, yeah. What is happening? What universe do we exist in where this is a popular creator? How exactly am I supposed to get through to a person and convince her wrong when she's literally disproving herself on her own stream and then ignoring what just came out of her mouth 5 seconds earlier?
Oh, Lion Klein. I'm honestly shocked people still take this guy seriously. Let's do some quick math. Here are the first and last frames of the video that he played. I searched for the top and the bottom messages in my Chatterino history. The first one is line 14,472. The second is 15,428. And they're 5 minutes apart. That's 956 messages in 5 minutes. He showed 65 messages, which is less than 7% of the messages from that time period. The funniest thing is that only 3 of those 65 messages are ever even on the screen in the 2-minute video that he featured. So now I'm sure you're wondering why someone would go through so much trouble to painstakingly Photoshop all these chat messages together to make it look like they happened at around the same time instead of over the course of the full 5 minutes. And if only 3 of those 65 messages were in that clip, when did the rest happen? Well, it happened when I watched this clip from his podcast.
Olive has Giardia, which is it's a bacterial infection in the intestines that makes you have diarrhea. Well, Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has Giardia.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
And now Ela has Giardia.
shut. For real?
And now I think this morning I had diarrhea.
Oh my god.
What can I do to not get it from
Yeah,
you?
I'm trying to.
Because I'm not trying to get
Can
that.
we crank the AC maybe?
Is it?
It's extremely ridiculous to get. You have to ingest my poop. Are you planning on that?
Never.
Not really.
So then you're fine.
But unfortunately,
So the problem is,
you just told us that your poop is flowing.
And okay, and I said this like weeks ago, and I'll say it again. Viewers who see this clip, right, and make the inference or the assumption that Ethan Klein's like children are ingesting poop off the floor, right, are not getting that out of nowhere, right? You can say that it's an uncharitable interpretation, right, which I could agree with you, right? It is not the most charitable way to view that clip, right? But it's also not completely outside of the realm of possibility, right? It is not in a bad faith way to interpret that that sentiment that he just said, right? And so the reaction from the chat being like, man, somebody should call CPS, is like, you know, that's a valid response to the feeling that that clip invokes, right? Whether or not he's being exaggeratory for comedic effect, whether or not he's lying about the situation that's actually happening, whether or not he misspoke and he didn't actually mean to present it in a way that it could be interpreted that like his, you know, children were eating poop off the floor, right? Those are separate conversations to the way that it was presented, that is what people got from it, right? And it's not outside the realm of internet normalcy for somebody to respond with, man, somebody should really check on his kids or whatever. Not saying I'm going to call CPS on his kids because I don't like Ethan and I want to, you know, rip his family apart or whatever, right? It's a Twitch chat. Like, come on, let's be real. Let's be real. Which is why my point was very clearly that Ethan should stop talking about his kids and his family life on his, you know, on his podcast. Let your kids be kids. Don't talk about the way you raise your kids. Don't talk about the way you, you know, the health of your children. Don't talk about that on your podcast. Don't do it. It's not anybody's business, right? And I don't think people should be involved in your you know, your personal family lives. But when you bring it to the internet sphere, that's what's going to happen. Like, he's been on the internet long enough to know that people are going to take the words that he says at face value, right? And if he brings his personal life into the internet space, people are going to, you know, run with that. I don't think that's good. I don't think that that's positive, but that's the internet. And Ethan should know better.
Flowing out of your mouth. It's like
Yeah,
in the
literally.
air, bro.
that's not what I said.
Also, Cutting
That's
Island, thank you for
literally-
the tier 1. Also, Forte, thank you for the 7 months. And Emily Dawn, thank you for the 7 months as well.
That's,
You-
that's
Also,
what
Slumpy Space Prince, thank you for the 7 months.
you
had
said.
caca breath.
No, that's what you said. I said. Well, anyway, so let me continue, please.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So because
Keep interrupting.
you know, it can go on surfaces and stuff. So, you know, Olive chews everywhere. So, you know, Sonny, it makes sense why he got it. Then once he starts having these crazy diarrheas, like in the middle of the night, all day, all the time, he's having these crazy diarrheas. Then when me and Hila start having to get in there and changing his diaper, obviously you put him down, you wash your hands as best you can, but these are really nasty diarrheas.
And they put their hands into the poop.
So I haven't been diagnosed with it. Neither has Hila. Sonny went to the doctor today to get a poop evaluation, but I'm pretty sure he has it because the symptoms is like frequent and then extremely foul smelling diarrheas. And the first night, it happened last night in the middle of the night. I walked into his room. He was crying in the middle of the night. And I was immediately struck by the foulest his whole room was just wafting and the foulest diarrhea smell. And I was like, here we go, you know. So I opened.
I want to point out that, like, if it was the case that a hater saw this and then saw this as an opportunity to like call CPS on Ethan, I think that's a bad thing. If that's the case, which he has not demonstrated, I think that's a bad thing. But a very easy fix is just don't do this on your 3 million subscriber, 30,000 concurrent viewer podcast. I don't think that the world needs to know the intricacies of your child's poop. Maybe that's me. Maybe I'm off base here.
And first of all, he doesn't want to get changed. He's in the middle of the night. He's tired. So you put him on the changing table, and he is thrashing like a fish out of water. And meanwhile, he is covered in viscous, or does viscous mean not flowing or flowing, or non-viscous?
Well, I think you have to phrase it like it either is highly viscous or it has low viscosity.
Which one is very flowy?
Flowy is low viscosity.
Yeah. So very, very low viscosity.
Hold on.
I think you're, yeah.
Is that right? I always get those backwards,
Viscous
so I'm doubting myself.
Having a thick, sticky consistency between solid and liquid.
The more viscous it is, the thicker it is.
Okay, so he had a very low viscosity,
yeah.
Diarrhea, and he was thrashing all around. So you can imagine it was not an easy task cleaning that up, and in the dark too, mind you.
Right.
And then it's
have light. You can turn lights on. You know that, right?
Like, okay, I get him changed. I put the diaper on. I put him back in his sleeping sack, and I want to put him on the ground because I didn't want him to, suffer. So I carry him into the bathroom to wash my hands. And, I try to do a one-handed wash, which isn't good enough. So I'm holding him in this hand. I'm trying to do two hands. Point is, I washed my hands as best as I could.
Oh, my God.
And obviously, after I put him down, I washed him again. Ela, on the other hand, she started having, and I don't want to out her, but very foul-smelling diarrhea.
So
now, this morning, I had a diarrhea.
No.
And I'll say that it wasn't foul-smelling.
Shouts out, Ela. We love you.
We love you, Ela.
The thing is, they all smell the same. There's this similar foulness that it smells like. And now our other dog started farting, and it smells like this foul-smelling Giardia shit.
Brother, you need to be in a bubble right now. Why?
Yeah,
Why are you here?
It's not really contagious unless
Oh,
you're...
really? It's not contagious.
It feels like it definitely
Unless you're
is.
changing my fucking diaper.
Sometimes it feels that way.
You're not going to catch it. You are not going to
better
catch
be
it.
cleaning your hands really well.
I mean, Ethan,
Bro.
to defend Ethan, he is
You're not
a very thorough hand washer.
If any of you catch Giardia, okay, I will give you $10,000.
Man, that clip is still gross no matter how many times I hear it. I am glad I haven't eaten anything since I started making this video. Now, it's one thing to be so stupid that you don't quarantine your highly contagious sick dog when you're a multi-millionaire, and it's another thing to tell people about it. I mean, who in their right mind would share this disgusting story with their audience? And Ethan, do you really want to be held responsible for what a small fringe of people in your community say? I mean, take this guy, who had the audacity to comment.
Obsessed with you guys when you only had 15K subs. Glad that's behind me.
Before we continue with this, I just want to point out how Ethan got mad at me for claiming that the people who were commenting on Frogan's posts were a part of Ethan's targeted harassment campaigns. He says, how can I be held accountable for what some people in the audience did? And it wasn't even my audience. But now, whenever somebody's, anti him, and then there's allegedly a fringe of people doing insane stuff, then it must be, Hassan's fault and Denims' fault and Bad Banana's fault and Mike from PA's fault and the world's fault. It's everybody's fault except for my own fault for publicizing this information onto my giant podcast anyway. So I love that. It's like always rules for thee and not for me. Interesting. I'm sure the clip is somewhere. Oh, sorry, live. So I think it was this one actually. No, it wasn't. This one was recently. That was a month ago. Maybe it was this one. Oh yeah, here it is.
I'm being dead serious. It's just fucking pathetic. Yeah, I know it sucks.
And honestly, like, this was when the Arab's podcast got banned when he was live on stream. And what I take solace in is knowing that even when he gets what he wants, he's not happy, right? Like, that makes me smile a little bit. Regardless of everything, regardless of his like mass harassment campaigns and the people whose lives he's trying to ruin and tarnish, like, I can at least take solace in the fact that even when he gets what he wants, even if a song was banned and I was banned and Mike was banned and Denims was banned and Matt Lee got kicked off of Good Mythical Morning and fired or whatever, like, even if all of that happens, Ethan would still be unhappy, right? That would be like the lone star twinkling in the sky, that no matter what happens or how much his harassment campaigns work or don't work, he will be unhappy. I like that.
It does suck.
And then, of course, by the way, once she starts getting shit on by all these fucking freaks on the right, who inevitably were called, who flocked to her like a siren's call when she went after vets, you know, it's my fault. Look at this guy, fucking Sean the Black is a socialist Hassan orbiter who literally fucking wished Destiny to die. He literally said, now listen, you don't have to be a fan of Destiny, but he...
Allegedly. Also, what has come out about Destiny since this video? And maybe if whatever Ethan KKKlein was saying was correct, which is not, maybe if it was, maybe that Sean the Black guy had a point. Allegedly. I'm just saying, I would not personally want video evidence of me running defense for Destiny. But that's just me.
Destiny to die. He literally said, now listen, you don't have to be a fan of Destiny, but he literally said he should die on stream. And nothing
also, to be fair, I think a lot of people should die. Just, you know. I do think that if certain people were removed from public existence, it would be a net positive for society. I don't think that's necessarily a crazy thing. if we're being entirely real, entirely real. That's what I'm gonna say. All right, that's what I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna start naming names because people got mad at me when they thought I was doing that last time, allegedly. Are you spreading your next cancellation? I'm just being very open and honest. That generally, some people, right, society and humanity are up here and they're like, you know what I mean? And that without we would be, and I won't say who. I won't say who. I'm gonna call you a supremacist. You catch a ban? How would this get me banned? I'm just saying there are certain people who are no bueno. People who cause more harm than the good that they put onto society. You have the death penalty in the US trying to say anything off kilter? That's what I'm saying. People, like, this, we have people who are, like, on death row right now. Like, this isn't a crazy take. You ain't too spicy? What do you mean? It's not spicy at all. This is not a crazy take. There are people currently on the death penalty. These people support the death penalty. This is a totally normal societal take. Yeah, there are innocent people on death row. Your haters watching right now. Okay. And they'll know that I would be correct. Some people are not Hitler. Case closed. Judge, I rest my case. Are you gonna defend Hitler? Do it. Go do it right now. Do it right now. Tell me that does not apply to Hitler. Tell me that does not apply to Hitler, please. I want you to tell me right there. Tell me. Living for violence, people's deaths is corny and never ends well. Defend Hitler. Shatter. Defend it. Defend it. Defend it. Say you want Hitler's continual existence. The difference between a war with Hitler is difference in common law society. Okay, who said I was talking about common law society? I was very, very clear. I just said that there are some elements of humanity who do very bad things, who the rest of humanity would be better if they were not impeding our growth. That's what I said. And Hitler is one of those people. I'm just saying. Should I agree if you really scope down into it? Yeah, that's all I'm saying. General concepts. Also, yeah, I did see this video. So if that's what the video you were linking, Chatter, because your link didn't work, we'll watch it in a second. But yeah. But some people like Epstein could have been way more helpful if they stuck around a bit longer. I mean, if you think Epstein like sticking around would actually meaningfully change or actually, what's the word? If you think that Epstein being alive would meaningfully change anything about like the Epstein files or the case, I don't think that's necessarily true. Just personally, just because of the high profile people involved, you know, they're, I don't know if Epstein being alive or not being alive would meaningfully change the course of that. Because like, you know, powerful people have a lot of, you know, powerful ways to remove themselves from accountability. Right, the power still is too much by dreaming monarchy falling down. I get that. I do get that. Like, just imagining a world where like Epstein was alive and he did a tell-all and he drugged down all of the people who were 100% definitely involved with his sex crime ring in the entertainment industry. Like, I understand the optimism there. Yeah, like Ghislaine is alive and we've learned nothing more. Exactly. It's unfortunate, but you know, that's just the society we live in. who or what criteria would set the standard for who reaches the level of Hitlerian evil to be given death penalty? I don't know. It's not my job. I don't got that power. I'm just saying that it exists. And again, I'm obviously anti-death penalty. Death penalty is, you know, it's bad because I don't trust the state to make that decision either, right? I don't trust the state to also to get it right. You know what I mean? Even if we were able to come down to what the criteria was between evil and not evil, right? The state has demonstrated to me specifically, but historically, that they are unable to actually delineate between the actual horrific evil, if the criteria was even set, and state just killing its actors that they've found were anti, you know, the state. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing stopping them from just slapping the label of terrorist on somebody and throwing them and giving them the death penalty because they are bad. As you're talking about people dying, not necessarily getting killed, I wasn't talking about anything. That's all alleged. Right? There's no proof. Anyway, let's continue.
Fucking wished Destiny to die. He literally said, now listen, you don't have to be a fan of Destiny, but he literally said he should die.
Also, people wish people to die all the time, which I didn't even do. This is also, he's also not sure he's lying, right? I didn't literally say anything, right? Because again, this is another example of like Ethan KKlein talking based upon things that he saw be described instead of actually watching the clip itself. Because if he actually watched the clip, he wouldn't have said that I literally said anything, but you know, that's one thing. Second thing. Wait, where's that one clip? Hold on. Okay, find that clip. Thank you. Was this it? Did I skip it? Oh, okay, fine. It's fine. Anyway, let's continue. Sorry, that's not, none of this was even the point that I was making. The point that I was making was this.
On stream, and nothing happened to him. These people are constantly calling for violence. And now he goes,
I would never. I am a pacifist. I'm anti-violence.
Ethan loves targeting harassment.
But Hitler's not good. That's what I'll say.
To him. These people are constantly calling for violence. And now he goes, Ethan loves targeting harassment campaign. Oh, shut up, dude. Have some accountability. I'm defending myself. Maybe she should stop fucking talking about me. If you guys are so boogeymaned out by me. Congratulations. This is your audience now. I wonder how your Muslim employees feel. This is my audience now? I really highly fucking dispute that. I do not accept that in any way. Like I said, it's a numbers game, okay? Some people, obviously, from an audience are going to be take it too far and be inappropriate and say horrible things. This is not my fan base. And them even trying.
Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. That's interesting. So Ethan skirting accountability because he's saying that a small percentage of the audience does not represent his entire fan base, but a small percentage of supposedly, allegedly Denims' audience is directly at the beck and call of whatever Denims said, and Denims is directly accountable for that small percentage. It's almost like Ethan's a hypocrite. Maybe. Anyway, sorry, that's the point that I want to show.
Enjoy hell. This guy's for real. Joe, look this guy up. Enjoy hell. I feel like this one's real. We caught you, Joe. Public-facing account.
Go to Joe.
I see you. You wanted to be cute? Let's see it. Nice mustache. Which one's Joe? Let's see. I think it's this guy. That's him.
Oh.
That's him right there. Trust me, when I see an anti-Semite, I know I can spot him.
Wow. Spot him from a crowd.
That's him. So I don't know if you guys all know that, but your friend Joe here actually is a fucking giant racist piece of shit. And like he likes to tell Jewish people they're going to hell on Instagram on his public profile. I don't know if any.
Bro, I love that so much. Like he didn't even say anything like specifically anti-Semitic, right? He just said you're going to hell, and Ethan was like, "Oh, you're telling a Jewish person you're going to hell because you're racist, right?" That's like, oh, you're talking like freaking the Candace Owens. Like, man, Candace Owens is so stupid. And like, oh wow, you're saying that Candace Owens is stupid? Wow, it actually seems kind of racist. You're calling a black person stupid. That's what he's doing. Like, that's so funny.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
That's so funny.
You guys know him, but.
And the punishment for that crime? Now his 16-year-old sister is getting rape threats on her Instagram posts.
The people saying I need to let go of the whole Ethan KKlein thing, fuck you.
This was sent to my sister 200 bits.
Today. She's 16 years old. These have not stopped. They haven't slowed down. This is the type of shit my family receives every single day. So shout out to Ethan KKlein.
Hell in Judaism.
My mom.
I don't think it matters.
Who is an art teacher at an impoverished public school, has to deal with this shit. You are truly the morally superior YouTuber.
Now, since family and children are a hard line for Ethan, I'm sure he will denounce this in no uncertain terms. It's what I would say if he hadn't already doubled down. Now that that's out of the way, hopefully that's the last time Ethan deceptively splices my stream. Before I wrap this up, I did see one other thing that I wanted to respond to. The following clip is from my stream on March 8th. This is the day after Ethan talked about his CPS visit.
Look at this. It might be the dumbest, most pathetic thing I've ever heard in my life. Here's Denims on the floor. And then the part that, in my opinion, crossed the line was like, so I'm going to visit your kids at school and ask them questions. And I says, you're not fucking doing that.
No,
I mean, we both were like, that's not happening. You're not going.
Terrifying.
You are not doing that. So he agreed to come visit our house
next week
when the kids are at home because he needs to fucking interview our kids as a matter of procedure.
But I was like, I really don't want you to create any bad memory here for them. Like, they are 5 and 3. They don't understand this shit. So I told him.
Create any bad memory for them. You're not forming memories at 3 years old, and it's very rare that you're forming memories at 5 years old. Nah, yes, you are. No, you're not. When we're talking about being able to remember, being able to recall memories, it's like 4 is the cutoff, But even if you are forming any memories at 4, you're not going to be able to remember them past like 15. You have maybe 1 or 2 memories.
Here's the weird thing what Dennis would say.
Talking to a random stranger once isn't really memorable for a kid. There's a...
I mean, I understand the point that Dennis was making here. I think this entire conversation just, boils down to just semantics. You feel me? I do remember things from when I was 3 to 5, though, just saying. Again, 3 to 5 is a wide range for somebody who's only lived 5 years. You know, that's over half of your life at that point, right? And the problem is with the semantic conversation, you can get into the semantics of like, oh, the average child makes formed memories from the age of 3 to 5, right? Which means that, like, most children form memories 4 to 5, because 3 is only like a third of that 3 to 5 range. Therefore, semantically, you could also say that Denims is correct, because pointing out that most children form memories by the age of 4, because 4 to 5 is 66% of the 3 to 5 threshold. If we can get into a semantic argument for both, I think it is a unproductive conversation. But I think that is a fair criticism for Denims you can have, saying like it's unproductive to go into this, intricates of like what the exact, numbers of who can remember what things. Right? I think it is unproductive, and I think that's a fair thing to know.
Wide variation about the mean across methods, cohorts. The average age of adults' earliest memories is 3.5 years old. I know we're getting into the weeds here, so I'll keep it simple. I was talking about childhood amnesia. It is just true that a vast majority of adults cannot recall inconsequential memories that happened when they were children. Most people can recall 3 or 4 memorable experiences, but not much more than that. I didn't say anything about trauma, which is a completely different topic entirely.
This is also true in that this is exactly what I was going to say, is that trauma is different than memories, right? A good example of this is like what's it called? Just like, like traumatic amnesia just in general. Sometimes people experience a traumatic event, their brain kind of shuts down their recollection of either parts or all of that event, but the trauma still persists even if you don't have the direct memories of that. And so they're not the same conversation, right? So that's entirely fair. But again, we're getting completely off the weeds of the discussion. Right. Which is like, I think this is the problem with like live Twitch streams in the first place, especially when you're very guided by chat, is that I'll go on a tangent sometime about something completely totally different and then focus around to the actual conversation. I still disagree, because I did start making non-traumatic memories around 2 to 3 bullet points better explained. It's not a disagreeing thing. This is an anecdote, Chad. We're talking about averages. You can't say I disagree because I am like the outlier who are forming non-traumatic memories at 2. You know what I mean? That's not what like the study says. Just because you did it does not mean that that's like the normal experience. And if we're talking about like generalities, it's not like, something like disagree with. You know what I mean? But again, it doesn't even matter.
Despite this, Ethan KKlein has tried to use this clip as a way of pretending like I excused calling CPS. It would be insane if I said the exact opposite 30 seconds later, right? Now, surely Ethan has more respect for his audience than to just lie to them over and over again so that they can do his bidding, right? Nope. Here is the full clip from my stream. And the craziest part is he admits it on his show days after because he does not respect his audience or even his employees for a moment. Guess what is it, Meerkat? Yes. I agree.
Deanbo, do you have any idea how traumatic it is to have the authorities randomly showing up to your house at night, going through all your things, accusing you of crimes you didn't do? No one should be subjected to such treatment.
Sure, but we're talking about not cops showing up at your house. We're talking about CPS, which anyways, to begin with, 1, I don't condone. I've never condoned it, and you will not be able to find a clip of me saying, yes, we should do this, because it doesn't exist. I think CPS should be exclusively used for family vloggers who are total fucking pieces of shit that use their kids as content. I've literally given Ethan KKKlein credit on multiple times or multiple instances, and I will do it again right now, for not showing photos of his kids. I think it is actually very cool of him to try his best to not have his kids in photos, in videos. I respect that a lot. I think he's a piece of shit, and I think he's going insane and he's crazy, but I respect a lot that he doesn't bring his kids on camera and use them for content.
Is on her platform right now advocating for our children to be forcibly removed from us by Child Protective Services.
Maybe she should think about issuing an apology.
Like, I think that even if you have a conversation about the specific conversation that Denims was talking about being unproductive, right? I don't think it was maliciously unproductive. You know what I mean? I don't think she's saying, oh, CPS showing up is a good thing because the, like, you know, they're going to take his kids away or whatever, right? And, like, they don't even have formative memories anyway, so it doesn't matter. Like, she's not saying that, right? But Ethan KKKlein is saying, right, or is maliciously and deceptively cutting what Denims is saying to, like, stoke harassment in that way, right? We're gonna point fingers at content creators. Bad Up would make more, the most sense. Yeah, but, like, Bad Up is not a woman.
Apology and retraction.
Or at least saying calling CPS is fucking crazy. Don't do
Is it that hard?
please.
Oh no, what she does kind of, she goes, after being like, Ethan's the worst person in the world, and like, yeah, his kid, watching Bad Amp, and I'll be like, yeah, his kids crawl around and eat shit, and her whole entire chat being like, call CPS, but she'd be like, obviously don't call CPS. It's like, yeah, right.
The thing is, these people are
Wait, so what do you want then? Like, it's kind of just sound like he just wants people to, like, not talk about him. So he wants to, like, sling shit and then, like, get no response at all. Right? So you can't even talk about the claims that Ethan KKKlein himself has made on his own podcast. Right? And then tell people not to call CPS. Right? Because that's telling people to call CPS. Okay, sure.
Lying. They know that they're lying. It makes no sense what they're saying, but they do it anyway.
So let's recap. He knows the chat logs are edited, and he knows that I denounced calling CPS on him. So why would anyone in their right mind continue pushing this narrative? Well, because then he would have to take accountability for what he said on his show.
I think it's not great to condone calling CPS on a stranger on the internet without any actual knowledge. Who is doing that, chatter? Like, you're shadowboxing right now. We literally just saw Denims not do that. I never did that. Like, maybe Bad Up did that. Like, I don't like, I'm not the Bad Up defense squad here. Like, above said it wasn't a bad thing. Don't argue with chatters, all right? Chatters are stupid. No, you don't take what chatters say seriously. There are anonymous users online. You feel me? Why I think it's dumb to, like, look at, like, especially, like, if it's a very small percentage of chat and be like, and start arguing against that thing. Like, I think it's dumb. Like, it's unproductive. Right? Especially if, like, the streamer themselves say the exact opposite. You know?
You know, years ago, he had Bill Burr on his podcast, and he had said this.
Oh, it seems like you're in love
with it. I mean, listen, some of y'all are a little bit
with your daughter, hearing you talk about her on the podcast.
Jesus Christ, well, you're pretty perceptive. Seems like you care about your own child.
Listen, more than that, okay? Because again, you're this character.
Any fleeting issue a correction? No. I don't even have to read the rest of it. No, I don't.
You gush over your daughter. Not everyone gushes. Did your dad gush over you?
I mean, I was too little. Yeah, no, my dad actually at work did. At work, that's when I learned, like, oh my God, yeah, he really likes us. But when he came home, yeah, he was cracking the whip. Is your bed made? You do your studies? Well, why not? You know, it was that shit. And he also had a zillion kids, so I mean, yeah.
Really? How many siblings do you have?
I don't know, dude. The internet's too fucking weird to give out all that information.
Oh, you don't even want to say how
really?
many because you're afraid that it will
Yeah,
somehow
by all means,
compromise
keep
your
talking
privacy.
about it. Is there any way you can cut this out? I'm honest, dude. Like,
Seriously?
Yeah, no, dude. Yeah, there's fucking lunatics out there.
Okay.
Whoa.
Off the air, I'll tell you.
All right.
Jeez. I love how surprised he is. Jeez.
Well,
There's
you can
actually-
mention the
there's
amount.
Absolutely.
Like, back to my number one thing. If there's one thing that everybody should take from this situation, it's don't talk about the intricacies of your personal life on the internet, especially if you are at the size that H3 is. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's something that Ethan doesn't understand, because Ethan doesn't understand a lot. Don't do it. Do not talk about the intricacies of your kid's health, unless it's to serve a specific purpose. Like if you're an advocate for like child asthma, right? Then like sure, talk about your child's experience with asthma to serve that purpose. You know what I mean? But like, don't just like talk about how your kid was wheezing yesterday and like you threw his inhaler away with the SpaghettiOs that he had as well, and you were too lazy to go get another inhaler, and so your child spent all night wheezing. Like, don't do that, you know? Maybe don't bring that to the internet if you don't want people to be like, hey, you don't sound like a very good parent, actually. It's a really specific story. I was trying to think of a story that wasn't this situation that can demonstrate how stupid that would be to do. Because it would be stupid to do.
Crazy people out
there. All right. I don't know why that got so.
But the thing is, he doesn't want to take accountability.
So that never
for
happened to you? No. My parents never threw away my inhaler with the SpaghettiOs. That was not a thing that happened.
Anything that he said. The most annoying thing is that all of this is just beef for Ethan KKKlein. Family and people's kids aren't a hard line for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have defended his harassment campaign against a random TikToker that told him to go to hell, which caused his fans to send rape threats to this guy's 16-year-old sister. Maybe there's some other reason Ethan is focusing on me.
That she believes that it's justified to break up our family. This disgusting fucking human being who's endorsed by Hassan.
He's kind of being like Ethan deserves it. I know I'm putting some words into his mouth.
Yeah.
I think Ethan is using this negative experience as a vector to attack the people he wanted to attack anyways. I didn't make him overshare, and I was far from the only person to cover this story. Honestly, I think Hassan put it best, so I'll just let him take over from here.
The only thing I've done so far in terms of Ethan KKKlein's like many attacks against me, which have obviously backfired on him spectacularly, and that's actually caused him to like double down, triple down, quadruple down in very meaningful ways, including like randomly going after Redditors, trying to get Reddit's on ban or trying to get Reddit's banned, is that it's pure projection. It's quite literally projection. I have not done a fraction of what he has done to me in return. Like, not even a fucking fraction. Do you understand? I've also maintained the position that I think snark Reddits are genuinely not good for people's mental health. This is something that I have talked about before, time and time again. I don't think that I don't think it's a healthy thing to do. Hate watching, especially as someone who personally has a shit ton of hate watchers and content creators who are actively engaging in the hate watching and creating communities around hate watching. I know what that does to a person's mentality. Initially, it was Sex Destiny, who has ruined his own life because of his own decisions. And now Ethan KKKlein is carrying the fucking torch. If his initial analysis, if his initial argument is like, oh, well, you know, Hassan is doing snark shit to me, which I think is fucking ridiculous, by the way. because the only thing I do is actively defend myself against this many different smears. If that is considered snark, what the fuck is Ethan KKKlein's subreddit? What the fuck is he doing every single day? He lies about every single thing that I do every day, every time he's broadcasting, including, I guess, but not limited to the fact that he's...
Well, maybe with the subathon that's happening today, apparently, he won't talk about Hassan one time, singular time, right?
Somehow tied back someone engaging in a heinous act of calling...
Yes, I saw this.
Child Protective Services on him to me. Ridiculous.
Get well soon, Ethan.
But like, if you come to a point now where you can say that was fucked up, then I respect that, you know? Because I've been there myself. A couple of years pass, and all of a sudden you're like, what was I thinking? Like that, whoever that was a couple of years ago that said that shit is insane, you know? She's always wearing the same type of shirt, and it seems like I just wish her the best, and I think variety is the spice of life, and you know.
Okay. Okay. Sure. Man, it's got a lot of views, bro. But why do I need to jump on the Ethan hate YouTube video complex, bro? I just do Twitch streams. Well, I'm like, that's chill. I need to jump on freaking YouTube videos too. That's like, this channel got 1.44 thousand subscribers, right? It has like 40,000 views in a day, bro. Bro.
What happens when a content creator, someone...
Okay, we're watching this, by the way. I'm in this video, so that's cool. I'm also just called another streamer. Like, all right, come on. You know what I mean? Show some respect. Put some respect on my name. But it's fine. It's fine.
Millions of followers, decides to use their platform as a weapon. Not only against trolls or content creators he doesn't like, but also against regular people who dare to criticize them.
At this point, you're totally f***ed. Here's the thing. We're going to get your IP address. We're going to find out your information. We have forensic, digital.
Ethan KKKlein has an interesting life. You know, go to work and hit the live button in your studio decked out with thousands of dollars worth of film production equipment. Producers left and right to chime in sometimes and hit the technical difficulty screen to save your ass when you say a few things you shouldn't say.
I don't know why I thought that. Apparently she did not have sex with Destiny, although it...
Maybe recklessly throw around a few claims here and there without anything to back it up.
They literally talk about doing psyops, faking posts, brigading, and all this shit. And I have 4 years of all of his chats. There's stuff in there that will put him in prison. I'm not even fucking kidding.
Okay, so apparently...
Why did he never release it? There's a lot of claims that Ethan makes, and he keeps making more claims, and so we all forget about the other claims that he used to make. Dog said he had enough to like bury Hassan, and it just didn't happen. He says that he did like sleuthing and psyops on like bad empanadas, and he has like a folder to take down Denims, and that just never happened. Like he made claims about like having like bad empanadas like logs or whatever, and he never released those. Like he just makes a lot of wide sweeping claims about how he has enough ammunition to take down all of his adversaries, and it just never comes to fruition for some reason. There's a Ludwig folder too. Yeah, he also said he's gonna make another Ludwig folder. You know what I mean? Or make another Ludwig video to call out Ludwig, and it also didn't happen. I don't know.
He has something to back it up. But I mean, it is kind of hard to trust his interpretation of what he sees, considering that he has proven in the past that he is incapable of interpreting things. He's not exactly the beacon of credibility.
I mean, because like it's not right. Like you think you're being the good guy, and like you're just being a fucking bigot, bro.
Oh, and also spread misinformation to your massive platform as you please because you don't like someone.
That's what bad Hespera is. It's like like a meme. Hezbollah in Hebrew means propaganda. And it's like a weird slur that people started picking up.
It's a weird slur? Did I miss that last time? Bro, is everything a slur to Ethan? Except for the actual slurs that he used to say? Sure.
It's like Hespara means like a lying Jew, essentially.
It's funny. In this live stream from last night, he missed.
Honestly, I'm surprised he got away with this for as long as he did. I mean, to be fair, like we were calling it out from the beginning, but like some of the stuff that he says is just like, come on, dog. Come on, dog.
Mischaracterizes the podcast, proving his interesting imagination. Apparently, Hasbara means lying Jew, which clearly indicates anti-Semitic implications. Oh, but just so you know, guys, Ethan's telling a lie here. It's just a card Ethan loves to pull at every chance. Something to critique about me? You're an anti-Semite. Hasbara actually comes from the Hebrew word for explaining. Matt Lieb, a Jewish man himself, by the way, clarified this on his Twitter. You can also just find this out through any Wikipedia or dictionary. And after that, maybe also drop a few bits of information to kind of...
Lying is OP, bro. Honestly, when we get a new patch, lying must be nerfed. It must be nerfed. Right? And lying in conjunction with the buff to anti-intellectualism. Stupidness, okay? Gosh darn it, it's a big word. It's infected me too. It's infected me too. Just like, bro, the Aiden Ross clip, don't do this to me, please. That's the worst thing anybody's ever said to me, honestly. You have been infected with the stupid? Yes, we have. We've been infected with the stupid. Did you see the Instagram story where he called Intifada Antifada? Maybe he got it confused with Antifa, right? And honestly, I can see that. You know what I mean? Antifa, the right wing says it's bad. You know, maybe he was doing a play on words.
Suggest to your audience that you should go and tell a company, sponsor, or community that you come from the H3 podcast, if you know what I mean.
This guy, Matt Lieb, he works for Good Mythical Morning. This guy works for Good Mythical Morning, acting like he's wholesome. He's evil. I mean, he is just a disgusting fucking piece of shit. And like, I think
he's evil. It's kind of a strong sentiment, right? Am I confused? Like, I feel like evil is such a strong thing to put on somebody. Like, and he doesn't really have much to put on Matt Lieb, you know? What did Matt Lieb do for Ethan to call him evil? Outside of just like, you know, be anti-Zionist. Like,
insane that Good Mythical Morning and hire somebody.
I mean, it works. Your fans show up to the brigade. They just aren't the sharpest tools in the shed, though. You fool. He said that he works at Good Mythical Morning. He's not a guest. He's been working there since 2019. Ah, you've blown our cover now. I mean, look at this. They're brigading the video now. These are how many dislikes they got on a normal video. And here is the episode that came out after Ethan said
he works for Good Mythical Morning. This guy works for Good Mythical Morning. I mean, he is pro-terrorism. He's evil. He is just a disgusting fucking piece of shit.
He's pro-terrorism? Okay, what has Matt Lieb said was pro-terrorism? What? Oh, right. I forgot. Ben Panada's a terrorist now. I totally forgot. He's been upgraded from terrorist sympathizer to terrorist himself. Just because he was meaner to Ethan. That's what gets you from terrorist sympathizer to terrorist, right? Not doing any terrorism, right? Not even being designated as a terrorist by the US. You just have to be a little bit meaner to Ethan. And that's how you get from terrorist sympathizer to terrorist in Ethan's mind. I understand now.
how many dislikes they have now. And the comments.
Your data banana is evolving.
And then, for good measure, recklessly throw another comment.
When she comes out, please.
What are they just watching an Israeli showing clothing and shitting on her? Like, is that what they're actually doing?
Even though they're actually watching a TikTok of a woman in New York who wants to sell clothing that she named after individual hostages, and then call it a day at work, and then make some Instagram stories too. Ethan and Hila have built an empire, millions of subscribers, a dedicated fan base. With that kind of influence comes responsibility, but instead of using it wisely, they manipulate it. When you recklessly throw around unchecked claims, some people are going to believe you. The audience takes what he says at face value, or sometimes not everybody is able to listen to every moment of the podcast. Look at what he says here.
And he's bringing on somebody that wants to kill my wife, unironically.
Ooh, I gotta go. That's all I can watch. I'm late for my hot dog eating contest. But damn, he tried to kill his wife? Here's what you would have seen and heard if you didn't tune out.
Or in a video game. But I do think, I mean, he is pro-terrorism.
The real problem is that it just doesn't stop with words. His audience absorbs the tone, the narrative, and the hostility. When you alter reality, when you mislead millions, when you encourage mob behavior, whether directly or indirectly, you're not only an entertainer, you're an abuser of power. So today, we're exposing how Hila and Ethan weaponize their influence, and why it needs to stop.
If we can't have like words that we can all agree on, how are we ever going to talk about anything?
That's a great point, Hila. Let's first define some words to fully grasp what we're dealing with.
Definitions. I feel like I'm back in school.
If this is your first time on Earth, there's this thing people often like to do called abuse of power. This is the abuse of a position of power in order to harm other people, to bully them, or place them at a disadvantage, in order to procure personal advantages for oneself or one's favorites. Doxing describes the search for and publishing private or identifying information about a particular individual on the internet, typically with malicious intent. Doxing is also a common tool used by dictatorships and authoritarian regimes to silence dissent, intimidate opponents, and control the population. Just to be clear, I am just defining phrases
Sounds in
here.
the New Yorker magazine. Bro, why does Hassan keep getting so many profiles, bro? I used to get profiles, chat. Back in my day, I used to get, like, people wrote about me at points. But I left that world, that life. He's like, Ethan? Well, to be fair, I was going more for an Anna Kasparian there than an Ethan KKKlein, but I can see that. I can see how you picked up on that instead. So, that's fair.
Sean the Black says she's my African.
Comrade Casey, thank you for the 5-month
Comrade
resubscription.
Casey,
Much
just
appreciated.
subscribe.
Where's Vice?
Definitely
Vice went out of
terrorism.
business, bro. You didn't hear? Thank you for the 5 months. W terrorism. I do not co-sign that. I do not co-sign what that chatter said. I say L terrorism. I do not support the state of Israel. Let's continue.
He just needs to take a break.
Ethan frequently makes petty and accusatory remarks about Hassan, some of which veer into exposing aspects of his private life. He tries to expose that he might have a secret girlfriend, or how he is certain he has a housekeeper that he doesn't pay appropriately to socialist standards, and also that he communicates with her over a translator.
So I dropped a bomb on Instagram stories yesterday that since our friendship was a farce, I have zero problem discussing these things. I put out a question before, who's making his chicken? People have been wondering who's making his chicken. His fans and supporters say it's his mom, which is, they really think his mom is just slaving away all day. A grown-ass woman with a job who apparently just got a PhD, like she's like a real-ass person with a life. She's just at home cooking chicken for her son all day. So they're calling me a liar, which is good because it means that if it's true, which it is, it might affect their opinion of him. I met her. She's a lovely Hispanic lady. She doesn't speak English. She cleans and cooks, works full-time, I believe. Hassan grunts and uses Google to talk to her. Because I was shocked, frankly, when I saw her. So I asked him questions. I was like, is she, I think she's undocumented, which is, I don't know for sure, but that was my impression. Take advantage of people. I would have gone got myself an undocumented worker to clean my...
Bro, lying is so OP. You can just say stuff, bro. You can literally just say things And it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. You could just say things. True? What is the truth? You know what I mean? You make claims and then like worry about it later. The way he brought this up one time and I'll talk about it again, definitely was his mom. That is interesting. That is quite interesting. Why does he not talk about this anymore? This is supposed to bury Hassan, right? Socialist, leftist, political commentator who is like supposed to be pro workers' rights, like hiring an undocumented immigrant below minimum wage to make his chicken every day off camera. I feel like that's something you would run 24. You would run that on repeat on Twitch instead of the content nuke. I mentioned the housekeeper thing last week, I think. Definitely thought Hassan's mom was undocumented. I mean, maybe. Again, I don't know. I do not know. I have no proof or evidence. But we'll see that maybe the video does.
My house. And on top of that, he demands Hassan to reveal his supposed housekeeper's wage. While Ethan spreads this misguided narrative around, here is a Twitch streamer who has also been to Hassan's house.
Cinderella, Austin, Will.
I've been there. Wait, am I not a real Hassan friend? Did I not get the full Hassan house experience? Am I not cool enough to meet the enslaved migrant Hispanic, only Spanish-speaking housekeeper who's undocumented?
Could it be that Ethan just saw Hassan's mom, took one look at her, and assumed that she's an undocumented migrant worker that can't speak English? I just want to quickly say, I have been to a Turkish household before, and yes, it is absolutely true that a Turkish mother will cook an entire meal for their child, even when their son is like a fully grown adult. But that isn't the...
That's a funny clip, honestly. Honestly, W video. The video gets a like for me just because they use a good clip of me. But I'm only getting brigaded by Ethan fans. That sucks. Like your content. I don't know if we're on follower only. Katie, answer the summons. It should be only on like I think it's 10-minute follower mode. But yeah, just to like my mods control that because they're the people who have to deal with the moderation and stuff. But yeah, welcome in though.
The point. It isn't about whether Hassan has a housekeeper or not. Maybe he does. Who cares? The real issue is that this is an entire meal for their child, even when their son is like a fully grown adult. But that isn't the point. It isn't about whether Hassan has a housekeeper or not. Maybe he does. Who cares? The real issue is that Ethan is spreading a baseless claim, prying into Hassan's private life in bad faith. Personal matters like this aren't public property, and being a public figure doesn't erase someone's right to privacy.
Also, this is something I haven't seen anybody else bring up. Is it not a little bit hypocritical that Ethan asks for privacy in the intricacies of way he treats his children that he talks about on his public podcast, while simultaneously directly prying into Hassan's personal life and demanding that Hassan disclose the intricacies of his personal relationships, whether he has a partner or a personal chef housekeeper, like demanding privacy and that people leave him alone, but also demanding Hassan answer his, baseless accusational or accusatory claims about his own personal life. That's quite interesting. Mrs. Receiving Carolyn, thank you for the raid. Hello. And honestly, again, I want to point out, right? I don't think people should pry into Ethan's personal life either. Right? I think creators should be allowed to have a personal life separate from their creator profile, from their public persona, and that should be able to stay private. The problem is Ethan will dig into, dox, harass, and publicize personal information for people while claiming that he wants his own privacy. He's hypocritical. He's a hypocrite. Checking that a man used to use people stalking and threatening him, doesn't want every relationship public. Yeah, and it's kind of crazy that Ethan knows this, and he's like, I'm going to publicize it anyway.
Even if these details aren't inherently damning, Ethan is still pushing a narrative to make Hassan seem inconsistent or hypocritical, shaping public perception to fit his own agenda. And then we also have Ethan endorsing harassment towards Reddit employees and their families.
Or I'll say this. I do want to say Steve Huffman, Jen Wong, Drew Valero, do you think that is? Yeah. Christopher Slow. I would very much not want you to experience how terrible it is to have a snark subreddit digging into you and everyone close to you and organizing harassment in real life.
Like, it's kind of funny when, like, he's doing that at this moment for these people, right? Like, that's kind of hilarious. Like, this is what he's doing. He's organizing and mobilizing his entire subreddit to go and harass these people, to try to tell them, hey, you know, stop letting people harass people.
And online, everywhere you go, because I just don't want that for anybody. It would suck to make a snark subreddit about the leadership of Reddit.
That probably exists the way that you just
think
said that.
so?
I mean,
well, let's
there's
go
nothing
join.
Redditors love more than complaining about Reddit.
I don't think so. I think we might be starting a movement. But if there is one, then God bless, let's join. You know what I mean? Let's join the movement.
I won't be joining that.
If you can't beat them, join them.
Considering Ethan has a massive platform, he is playing with fire by pointing out specific individuals and entertaining the idea of targeting them. The passive-aggressive justification of saying,
would very much not want you to experience
is an indirect encouragement of scrutiny and potential harassment. With his audience influence, even a vague suggestion can inspire people to take action, whether he explicitly commands it or not.
This was sent to my sister today. She's 16 years old. They haven't slowed down. This is the type of shit my family receives every single day.
This is a form of intimidation rather than constructive criticism. Encouraging a mob mentality can incite people to actively participate in targeting individuals. While Ethan and his fans may argue that this isn't doxing because the names were already public, the issue is how he framed it, which is problematic and falls into a gray area of targeted exposure, a form of soft doxing. Just because something is publicly available doesn't mean it's ethical to broadcast it in a way that could lead to harassment. Executives at Reddit aren't the same.
Like, if that is his justification, then like he can't be mad at people who actually do call CPS on his family. If that is even what happened, right? If his justification that like, oh, it's already public information, I'm just telling my audience about it so they do something about it. How is that any different than like a snarker taking something you said as public information and giving that to CPS so they do something about it? You know what I mean? I think both are bad and both should not be done, right? But again, it's another example of Ethan KKlein being inconsistent. Rules for thee and not for me.
Same as celebrities or politicians. They likely don't expect or want their names amplified in a way that could lead to direct targeting on a personal level. Not only does he dox public figures, but he also doxes private individuals. On the 27th of February, Ethan KKlein posted a picture of the David Starr tattoo. One person wrote, "I used to watch you when you had only 15k subs. Glad that's behind me. Enjoy hell." Ethan then went live on his podcast the next day and scrolled through her comment section as content.
I'm obsessed with you guys when you only had 15k subs. Glad that's behind me. Enjoy hell. This guy's for real. Look this guy up. Enjoy hell. He said enjoy hell. That's halfway there.
He's not. Oh yeah.
Yes, he's a real guy.
Him 'cause he's not showing up for me.
Here he is. If anyone, let's see if I know, can identify him at all. Which one's Joe? Let's see. I think it's this guy. No, it is. Here, let me show you. That's him.
Oh.
That's him right there.
Ethan then calls him an anti-Semite.
Trust me, when I see an anti-Semite, I know I can spot him.
Wow.
And indirectly tells his community to find out where he
Honestly, I don't know how he got away with this one. Like, this one confuses me, right? If there's anything that YouTube would take action on, it would be like this very specific instance. I don't know how he got away with this one.
works and tell his boss and family about it.
I don't know if any of you guys know him, but certainly anyone who would employ him or probably even his parents would be pretty disappointed to see that, although who knows?
This is a clear abuse of power because Ethan is leveraging his massive platform to dox, humiliate, and potentially endanger the private individual over a social media comment. Now, even when the last two words of his comment are not the friendliest of messages, does it justify Ethan's reaction? Ethan knows that showing someone's Instagram profile on a live stream with thousands of viewers invites harassment. Saying, let's see if anyone can identify him at all, is asking your fans to investigate and expose him. And because his audience has a history of dogpiling people he calls out, this makes it an intentional act of incitement. This is a thinly veiled call for his audience to dig up personal information. Encouraging his fans to contact his boss and family is a direct attempt to ruin his life over an edgy comment. And what makes this all the more unsettling to a person...
It wasn't even edgy. Well, okay, to be fair, I'll take it back. It was an edgy comment in the traditional way edgy is supposed to be used. It wasn't edgy in that it wasn't literally saying slurs and saying, I hope all black people die or whatever. Or, you know what I mean? Or black people are inherently inferior or, you know, any number of different things. Like, those have not, edgy has been like, the Overton window for edgy has shifted. You know what I mean? It's edgy in the sense that edgy's supposed to be, right? A little spicy, right? A little spicy, you know, maybe not as nice a message, right? But it's like not like insane racism edgy. Like that's now edgy now. You feel me? It was real edgy, not Asmons called edgy. Exactly.
Personal level, he begins to look at his mom's pictures, dragging innocent family members into the situation.
Here's his mom. I'm not gonna click that for her. I'm not, you know what? Fuck him. This is what you. Here's your mom. I wonder if she knows what you do on social media on your free time. You love your mama. Good thing she's not Jewish, eh, Joe? I love it. I love it. So anyway, best of luck to you out there, Joe. I don't know who you are, but you're a fucking asshole. And shame on you. Yeah.
And look at his eyes at this moment. I mean, this is quite irrelevant, but look at how he is hyper-focused in, with vacant eyes glazed over this guy's mom menacingly. The silent moments are deafening, and that occasional...
I love it. I love it.
It's just unsettling. You could submit that clip for an audition to be an antagonist in a movie like No Country for Old Men, and you would get the role. The original comment, while harsh, is still just an Instagram comment from a random person. Ethan, a multi-millionaire with millions of followers, is punching down hard on someone who most likely has zero power or influence. So this makes Ethan's behavior even more blatantly abusive because he publicly defamed a random person, dragged innocent people into it, incited career and social consequences, and potentially endangered someone's life. This is doxing, and for those that believe it isn't, because once again, his profile isn't private or wasn't private at this moment, you have to understand that Ethan's intent was 100% to expose. Actively highlighting his profile in images, zooming into faces, and identifying persons brings attention to personal details that wouldn't normally be so widely seen. It turns a private individual into a public target. He is actively digging for anything that could identify the person. His crew member managed to identify something recognizable and the location that particular thing is in.
That he's in front of, that's in...
Is that right?
Yeah, it's at the...
This
okay,
shifts
that's
it
insane.
from casual browsing.
That's insane. That's wild. That's wild. And like, here's what I'll say. I don't think the issue was that it was just a random Instagram comment and Instagram comments are meaningless, because Instagram comments can be mean and hateful. The problem is that the caliber of hateful, if you're going to consider it that the Instagram comment was disproportionately met with a level of vitriol and public pressure by Ethan, right? If he said something absolutely insane or whatever, I still think like doing it on your public platform is a bit, you know, it's a bit weird. But like, I can be like, okay, maybe he shouldn't have said, you know, like Nazism things or like, you know, pro-Nazi sentiment, right? But he just said enjoy hell, and that was it. That's the extent that it went for the Instagram comment, and it wasn't proportional for the amount of hatred that Ethan was sending his way. You know what I mean?
Browsing to an invasive search for personal details, and Ethan is indirectly.
I'm so glad that he's fallen. Imagine how much worse the harassment would have been if he, back in his heyday before he lost, like half. I don't know, he's laughing his fan base. So glad people are waking up to this. Yeah.
Directly suggesting
Well,
to
I've
his
been
audience,
here for the past year, chatters. And nobody was on my side. I'm just kidding. I had some chatters who were on my side.
To investigate further, even without explicitly telling them to harass the person.
CPS called on him because of racism. Can't tell if he was joking or not.
It often leads to harassment or threats, which is just what happened. Here is a lovely DM he received from somebody.
So shout out to Ethan KKlein that my mom, who is an art teacher at an impoverished public school, has to deal with this shit. You are truly the morally superior YouTuber.
See, the power imbalance here also creates a culture of fear. The person he just doxed has below 200 followers. Just an average person. Ethan has millions of followers on a variety of platforms. When someone like Ethan calls attention to a regular person like him, the regular person faces unprecedented levels of harassment they're completely unprepared for. At the end of the day, criticism, especially from a random person online, does not justify exposing their identity or opening them up to mass harassment. Ethan has countless ways to respond that don't involve punching down at someone who lacks the same platform, protection, and influence.
Harassment that me and Eli are receiving is just genuinely unfucking comparable.
Ethan constantly fights for silencing his critics and for the removal of free speech. One incident took place when Ethan KKlein decided that he had enough of the H3Snark subreddit. r/H3Snark is a community on Reddit dedicated to criticizing and discussing Ethan KKlein and the H3H3 podcast. It focuses on calling out hypocrisy, controversies, and questionable behavior by KKlein and his podcast crew. Members of the subreddit often analyze his statements, business practices, and legal disputes, sometimes with a critical or sarcastic tone. Can you find hateful comments on there? Probably. But you know where I found tons of hateful comments without even having to scroll down much? This place. This freedom of discussing such topics would soon come to an end when Ethan posted this on his Instagram story.
I can't wait till I find out who the snarkers are, because I'm gonna sue them.
He threatened to sue the mods of the subreddit, claiming defamation and harassment.
Listen, guys, at this point, you're totally fucked. Here's the thing. There's a subpoena that's going to come. You can't erase your data. Even if you didn't log in, we're going to get your IP address. We're going to find out your information. We have forensic, digital. It's all part of a lawsuit that's going to drop in about 3 weeks that you guys are going to fucking love. I cannot.
Who was that one clip? That is not the clip. I'm looking for the lawyer clip. If I can find it. Thank you. Wait. Copy link.
Work.
There's no. The answer
like
is not on social media. It's with lawyers and reporters.
My lawyer can't do fucking shit, and it's driving me crazy.
I don't know what to tell you.
They go, oh, 2:30, you can't do anything. Really? I can't believe that. That a website just allows this level of harassment, and it's just like, oh, 2:30, you can't fucking. That's just
2:30.
Section 230. They can't be held responsible for what their users post.
But
work.
There's no. The
People
answer
like
is not on social media. It's with lawyers.
So in case, just for one time, I just want you to see Ethan KKlein when he was so confident, and then Ethan KKlein as of like a few days ago.
You're gonna find out your information. You can't erase your data, even if you didn't. Here's the thing. There's a
claiming defamation and harassment.
Listen, guys. At this point, you're totally fucked. Here's the thing. There's a subpoena that's gonna come. You can't erase your data, even if you didn't log in. We're gonna get your IP address. We're gonna find out your information. We have forensic, digital. It's all part of a lawsuit that's gonna drop in about 3 weeks that you guys are gonna fucking love. I cannot wait. I am so excited. I am giddy to share this with you guys.
And reporters.
My lawyer can't do fucking shit, and it's driving me crazy.
I don't know what to tell you.
They go, oh, 2:30, you can't do anything. Really? I can't believe that. That a website just allows this level of harassment, and it's just like, oh, 2:30, you can't fucking. That's just
2:30.
Section 230. They can't be held responsible for what their users.
Yeah, shot chaser.
But
work.
There's no.
Like, ooh. Doesn't it just make you feel just like good? Just look fuzzy on the inside. Seeing somebody go from such a high, so confident, right? It's like, okay, it's like in a situation where like you're watching a movie and you know that like it's like dramatic irony, right? Watching this first clip, we as the audience know something that he doesn't. You know what I mean? Was this clip because he said this? This was like 2 weeks ago. Or 10 days ago, actually. I don't know what this clip is.
I'm suing, and I promise you, I am suing. I'm suing, and I cannot wait for you guys to read it. And I see some people have no faith. They go, listen, I don't know what to think. I haven't seen it. The lawsuit could be iffy. Ye of little faith. Put your hands up, boy. Say, Lord Jesus, I don't have enough faith here.
I don't like how he says boy. I'll just say it. I'm not a fan of that.
Today, God help me, I'm on a tube of demons. I promise you guys. I promise you. I'll give you a little teaser too.
Sure.
I'll give you a teaser for the people.
Hold on.
I'm not going to say a lot, but I'm going to say this.
Uh-oh.
At the moment, we are writing 3 complaints for 3 people. And they ain't no John Does or Jane Does. And they ass is about to get served. Yeah,
honestly, you want to know my honest opinion, chat? This is cope. This is cope. I think he's coping. I think this is a nothing burger. And he's trying to, exactly like what he did with the content nuke, he's trying to ham it up. Because if he truly thought that he had it in the bag, if he truly thought that like he's gonna take them down, he'd keep his fucking mouth shut. He wouldn't say a single thing. Right? He would sit with the knowledge that he's going to take them down, right? Whoever the 3 people are, whether it's like Hassan, Denims, I don't know, Noah Samson or whatever, like, he keep his mouth shut. He would sit on it until it dropped, right? And he'll get all the clips of Denims being like, Ethan sued me, or Hassan being like, Ethan sued me, or whatever. He'd be like, yes. We're gonna do something that Ethan is smart though. Ethan is smart enough to know, because he's won lawsuits before, right? That you don't leak when you're about to sue people. You give them time to prepare, right? And you don't want to give them time to prepare, right? You want to catch them off guard, right? Catch them with their pants down in a situation they're not prepared for. Why would you come out 5 days ago to be like, yeah, I'm suing 3 people, right? 3 complaints, because it has intimidation, but it's not necessarily intimidating. Especially if you feel like you have a winning case. You have no reason to be intimidating if you feel like you have a winning case. You have no reason to actually try to to do this if you felt like you can actually win it.
I said 3 weeks. We're writing the complaint. Obviously, we're taking our time to do it perfectly, and it is going to be so good. It's going to be not just good, it's going to be funny. I cannot wait to like actually read through it with you guys.
Well, they probably won't find it funny.
Oh, definitely.
No, the people being sued will not find it funny.
Oh, okay, got it.
But they're so dead to
I
rights.
thought that would be a little weird. Yeah.
The folks at home, Dan.
Like, all I'm gonna say is that I am anticipating a reaction like this again.
The answer is not on social media; it's with lawyers and reporters.
My lawyer can't do fucking shit, and it's driving me crazy.
I don't know.
Like, and to be fair, this was against Reddit. This was his lawsuit against Reddit specifically, saying his lawyer is saying that he can't do anything because it's Section 230, and that Reddit cannot be held liable for the user's post. And this is about, I assume this is towards creators. Maybe it'll be Bad Banana. I don't know. Like potentially, like Bad Banana is like in Argentina, so I don't know if Ethan's gonna like waste his time with that. Right, he did say Noah, right? Because I do have this link where he said he was gonna like sue Noah as well. Right, I had a link somewhere. Oh, here it is.
Can you send it to my attorney? Thank you. Sounds pretty defamatory. And
like I do agree, this is intimidation, right? On camera, being like, "Hey, can you send this to my attorney?" Like, is it an intimidation tactic to try to intimidate Noah into like silencing his criticism? Because if he truly felt it was inflammatory, or not inflammatory, deflammatory, defamatory, geez Louise, I know words. If he felt that it was defamatory, he would just send it to his lawyers. Right? There's no reason to be like, hey, can you send this to my lawyers for this Noah Samson video? Because it kind of feels like something we could sue him for. Like, it's very clearly like, it's an intimidation tactic.
Can you send it to my attorney? Thank you. Sounds pretty defamatory. And again, I'm not taking any prisoners. If my attorney thinks there's anything in here, if he thinks that there's like a decent shot of defamation, I'm suing this fucking piece of shit. It's a little scumbag.
When did we ever back a genocide?
I'm sorry.
When? Like, show me.
I'm not playing around.
The video does show you. Did you watch the video? It's in the video. Like, wait, what are we talking about here? Watch the video. Like, literally, she looks at the title saying, YouTubers who've backed the genocide, and see their face there, and she's like, when have we ever backed the genocide? I don't know, maybe watch the video and find out. I don't know, maybe watch the video you were currently complaining about the title of, and find out.
Oh, man.
And what is Turkey Tom doing in there?
I don't remember hearing him say anything about the conflict.
Me neither.
Watch the video. I don't know, maybe. If you want to know why these people are on here, maybe you should watch the video to find out.
Yeah.
Destiny, I get. And Mudahar, by the way, is Muslim. So.
Okay. Okay. What? Didn't you write to this episode already? I didn't see this part. I didn't see him be like, and Mudahar is Muslim.
So like, it's a weird fucking thing that to even rope him in to it at all.
No, you can still run defense for genocide. This is the problem, right? And this goes down to like his worldview, in that Ethan KKlein sees this as like the Jews versus the Muslims, right? Judaism versus Islam, and it being like a religious holy war or whatever. That's the main issue. That's the main problem. When he's like, what? This guy's on the other side, right? Why is he next to me? We're not on the same side here. Like when Assad says he thinks Islamophobia is okay, yeah. The pro-Palestinian Jews, they're self-hating. Yeah, because he thinks that they're all supposed to be on one side and the other people are supposed to be on the other side.
So this guy that
is Muslim and Ethan goes after every Muslim. What's the point? Well, to be fair, Mudahar, who I guess Ethan views as Muslim, says that Hassan is not a real Muslim. So to Ethan, maybe Hassan is not a real Muslim. But that doesn't explain Frogan. But Frogan's also a woman. So like, that could be Ethan's beef with her.
thumbnail, he was doing A/B test, and in another thumbnail there was also loner box. So
that is so fucked up.
Really?
Like how? This is okay. I did see this as well. Did I just miss this part? Like, what's wrong with that? He runs defense for genocide. He does do that.
Yeah.
That is good, disgusting, dude.
Like, how is that disgusting? I'm curious. What's disgusting about having loner box there? That's not disgusting about Destiny being there. They went to Israel together. They defend Israel together. So, I mean, I guess he doesn't want to actually be seen on camera defending Destiny, but he's fine with like defending loner box because they're cool, right? Got to react to the video and double down. Who reacted? Ethan reacted to Noah's video.
That is so gross.
Loner box? Oh, that's not surprising.
Yeah, that's the thing. People
Poor loner box doesn't get the clicks.
That's probably good in this case.
But let's be real, this isn't about justice, it's about control. Legal intimidation isn't a new tactic for Ethan. These are average Reddit users like you and me. Imagine being so—
Also, chat, I have to point out that we are currently 70 follows away from 26K. So, you know, if you're lurking and you want to chat, you gotta go ahead and drop a follow. Just gonna put that out there. But we're close.
so insecure about
unfollow.
That's
not how that works, Apollo.
That you'd rather use your money
unfollow and refollow.
legal
That's
to
not
shut—
how that works. No, that's not as helpful. But I appreciate the thought. I appreciate the sentiment. Trying to unionize chat. I will union bust.
people up instead of just ignoring it, or maybe reflecting upon it. How many random Reddit users have the resources to fight a lawsuit? Ethan KKlein, a millionaire, knows this. Even if these lawsuits don't hold up in court, just the threat of legal fees and harassment is enough to silence critics. The type of environment this cultivates is one similar to countries led by dictatorships. Abusing by silencing critics through censorship and intimidation ensures control over the narrative and creates an environment of fear and obedience. He calls out everyone associated with his so-called enemy. People correcting him? That's a no-go in Ethan's world. How dare Ludwig make a correction on a slot?
I'm sorry, who made the correction? Who made the correction? Because it wasn't Ludwig. It was me. So you never get proper credit for this? It was me. I found it. I found it first.
Correcting him? That's a no-go in Ethan's world. How dare Ludwig make a correction on a sloppy mistake in Ethan's content nuke video?
Ethan posted a meme screenshot and reversed the order of events. Fucking Destiny fan confirmed. What a fucking lapdog you are. How pathetic can you be to fucking curl up on Hassan's lap like a good...
Well, I was in this video earlier, okay? About Ethan isn't yelling at him instead? Yes, I am. I am. Because Ludwig's not going to punch back. All right? Every time Ethan talks about Ludwig, right, it's an opportunity where he's not talking about me, whereas I know Ludwig's not going to punch back. But I'll punch back. Gretchen is how I found you. Thank you. I appreciate that. You know how to make me smile.
Pussycat, prefer him. What a gutless coward. You really got no problem here? Suck my dick. And by the way, having no problem with
Whoa. Those are some heavy choice words. Man, you better be careful, Ethan, because if Ethan Klein catches you saying those words, he'll dox you. If Ethan Klein catches you saying those words under an Instagram comment, he'll dox you and your family. So be careful. Whoa. I'd be surprised.
Sympathizing anti-Semitism, but God forbid Ethan gets the order of the rising star wrong. What a dumb fuck bitch.
So close to gold 1. I was like 1 game away from gold 1. I lost 3 games in a row. Because my teams are so garbage. My teams are so bad. I could hit diamond if I had just a good team. Just give me good teams. I could hit diamond immediately. If you can't make gold, it's not the team. I'm in gold, chat. I'm in gold. I'm in gold too. You're not going to call Ludwig for stealing your take? Did you miss me just doing exactly that? Also, I'm sorry, chat. I have 2 jobs. All right, I entertain you, right? And I have another job separately. I don't have time to do this childish things like playing games, okay? I'm an adult. Adults don't have or play games. Exactly.
One of those narratives that he wants everyone to believe is that Hassan is a terrorist sympathizer.
So you're new here. You don't know. I'm in the trenches. You didn't see my game where I dropped 40 kills. And in the next game where my team threw. They threw. Whatever.
In this segment of his content nuke, he distorts what Hassan covers here and also deliberately leaves out some footage.
They take it over, and they tell the people in the ship, usually like mostly Filipino people, Filipino crews, and they're like, all right, we got no problems.
Sorry, but I think we get this up.
But you're coming with us.
Ethan gone up to you yet, or is he too concerned about the optics? He'll offhandedly mention me, but he won't actually address my points and claims. No.
Then
I think he's the voice talking about me because he says my name like a slur.
Sizes what he says.
What an incredible way to characterize having a gun in your face. Hassan is asking us not to believe our own eyes as we watch terrorists hostilely kidnap the crew.
And claims that they have been MIA for a year.
And once again, the crew is still MIA for over a year. Prisoners to a terrorist organization. But don't worry, guys. Hassan says they have no problem with them.
However, these people did in fact say this to the hostages. And it is not true that they've been missing for a year without updates, as the kidnappers let the Red Cross, a global humanitarian organization that provides health services and operates in conflict zones, came on board twice by September 2024, 5 months before Ethan's video came out. He shows the headline of this article. When you scroll down on the same article, you only need to read a few lines until you see this. The seafarers, some of whom have been at sea for nearly 2 years, have been held against their will with only limited contact with their families, friends, and loved ones. Their location was known and their well-being was kept updated. This information isn't hard to obtain. All hostages were released alive 1 week and 2 days before Ethan published his content nuke, which is plenty of time to fact-check your hardly worked-on information bomb. Why didn't he know or correct it? It kinda looks like he doesn't actually give a shit about the movement itself and is just interested in making Hassan look bad.
Next claim is that it's owned by an Israeli company. It's not. It's being chartered by a Japanese company, and the boat's owners are registered in the Isle of Man.
Not true. It's owned by Israeli tycoon Abraham Ungar. Takes 2 seconds to find that out. Or you can finish reading the screenshot Ethan showed.
Yeah.
Ethan is right that the ship is registered in the Isle of Man, but the screenshot he shares states that it's owned by the Israeli tycoon. So, with a few clicks and clacks with a keyboard connected to a computer, a below-average internet connection, we've just learned all this. Why misrepresent this? And now that it is declared that Hassan was right after all, what does that mean for Ethan's case?
You want to fucking bring a ship through here? We're gonna take it. So that's exactly what the Houthis start doing. And they're like, guess what, dog? No more trade to Israel. If you are sending ships into Israel, if you are owned by an Israeli subsidiary, if you're owned by an Israeli corporation, we're gonna take over your ship. Guess what, bitch? It's our fucking territorial boundary, and we're going to enforce this until you stop doing genocide in Gaza.
Honestly, I think most of the people, like 90% of the people who draw an issue with this stream, don't actually have an issue with anything being shown on screen. It's just a proxy way to attack Hassan. You know what I mean? Like, they just want to attack Hassan, and it's just an avenue for them to do so that they find has been moderately successful.
So let's review his claims. His first claim is that the boat is headed for Israel. It's not. It's going from Turkey to India.
Now that we've caught Ethan misrepresenting facts again, and the ship was indeed owned by 2 Israeli, is it possible that this could have...
He did get a warning for this stream after there was like some public backlash, being like, how dare you?
Led to speculation about its actual destination, Israel instead of India, and given that tensions in the Red Sea region are high, could it be that some ships with Israeli ties might avoid publicly revealing that they are heading to Israel to reduce security risks? It's certainly a possibility. But is this what Hassan claimed what is happening here? Let's see what Hassan said again.
No more trade to Israel. If you are sending ships into Israel, if you are owned by an Israeli subsidiary, if you're owned by an Israeli corporation, we're going to take over your ship. You cannot fucking use this trade route anymore. Guess what? It's our fucking territorial boundary, and we're going to enforce this until you stop doing genocide in Gaza.
The Houthis stated the Houthis themselves framed the hijacking as a targeting of Israeli-affiliated assets in the region. In the past, they have stated that they would target ships or vessels tied to Israel, especially if they were in or near Yemeni waters or the Red Sea. Furthermore, Hassan talks about the Houthi strategy, which Ethan twists around. He takes it out of context.
They're coming in hot with guns. Yeah, but you have to understand, this is a deterrence. Israeli society is going to start getting upset. They're going to be like, I can't get my treats. I can't get my Amazon Prime deliveries. What the fuck is going on? I hate this. Israel sucks. I'm leaving Israel.
That's do as someone who watches a lot of Asmons and Hassan, say they have a problem with the video because they don't agree with the attacks on the ships are justified and call it terrorism, not because it's pro-Palestine, because it's only Hamas sailors who are innocent. Not my claim to share my input. Yeah, I don't think they care about that. This implies that they actually care about like anything going on in the Middle East, and they don't. Right? If Hassan wasn't talking about it, they wouldn't, or more like, yeah, pretty much if Hassan wasn't talking about it, and this video was shown like from like an apolitical streamer or whatever, like let's say Asmongold, show this video to be like, wow, they have guns and stuff. They wouldn't have made a big fuss about Asmongold showing this content. You know what I mean? Like they just wouldn't.
I find it disturbing that Hassan thinks that a slowdown of imports is going to cause Jews to flee Israel. 80% of Israelis were born there and do not have citizenship anywhere else. So where do you want them to go, Hassan? Back to Poland or back to the Arab countries they were forced out of?
Israel sucks. I'm leaving Israel. That's the goal.
By telling the Jews of Israel to go back where they came from.
Why is it always the Jews of Israel? Does no other ethnic group live in Israel? Are they not considered real Israelis? If they do? Why does Ethan only care about them? I don't know, just something interesting to think about. Is the ethnic state of religion? I mean, yes, obviously, like Israel is built on ethnic supremacy, right? But like, that's not what Ethan KKlein wants you to think about. You know what I mean? That's what Ethan KKlein wants you to. Ethan KKlein doesn't believe that, or doesn't. He won't say that he believes that, right?
Hassan attempts to deny Jewish heritage in the Middle East. It characterizes them not as indigenous, but as white colonizers. This is despite the fact that 60% of Jews in Israel are actually native to the Middle East.
The part where Hassan talks about what led to the Houthi attack is left out by Ethan entirely because it is not quite convenient for Ethan to have Hassan cover a story about an act of resistance against Israel when trying to make Hassan look bad, does
And they're coming in hot with guns.
Yeah, but you have to understand, this is a deterrence, right? So, like, their goal is to film it and show it to the world so, like, other companies that don't want to risk having this happen to their product, having this happen to their ships, literally are like, okay, we're not going to use the trade route anymore. All of a sudden, if you don't use the trade route, trade gets more expensive for the West. All of a sudden, if you can't use that trade route, the Israeli port is going to get bankrupt. Israel is not going to be able to get the materials in time that they need for waging their war. Israeli society is going to start getting upset. They're going to be like, I can't get my treats. I can't get my Amazon Prime deliveries. What the fuck is going on? I hate this. Israel sucks. I'm leaving Israel. That's the goal. The goal is to be like, yeah, your shit sucks. Okay, well then stop, doing genocide in Gaza.
And it's funny, Ethan always talks about how comments and donations won't help Palestine and the cause.
Creators for Palestine raised $1.6 million. That's fantastic. Literally negligible. They've received billions of fucking dollars. It's a good thing. Has $1.6 million had an outcome on anything happening in Gaza? Absolutely fucking not. Let's talk about real activism. Let's talk about enacting meaningful change. Total fucking failures.
Well, I wonder if this is a more fitting way to help the cause for Ethan. Also, here are a couple of examples of ships changing or hiding their route and destination. The Wise Honest, a North Korean cargo ship, was seized by the US in 2019 for attempting to
Like, Ethan doesn't believe anything. He thinks that instituting a blockade of ships to Israel is terrorism and therefore bad. He thinks that donating is negligible. He thinks that protesting on college campuses is anti-Semitic. He thinks that let's see, protesting in general is anti-Semitic, and it's meaningless. He thinks that talking about or focusing on Israeli war crimes is not giving the Israeli perspective and therefore anti-Semitic. He thinks boycotting and BDS is anti-Semitic. Like, I genuinely want to know what Ethan thinks that we should do. Because I don't think he's yet demonstrated what that is. He claims that he's pro-Palestine, but he has not yet demonstrated what he thinks that we should do about it. Oh, wait, you're right. Vote for Kamala. We should have voted for Kamala. You're right. How could I forget? How could I forget? It's the most impactful thing you could do. It just slipped my mind, Yeah, also Kamala lost because of Hassan and not because of the Trump supporters who he has on his podcast and who he's friends with who supported Trump, right? It's Hassan's fault that Kamala lost, but like not Steiny's fault that Trump won, Even though Steiny and the Nuke Boys were specifically called out for being reasons why Trump won. You know what I mean?
Smuggle coal. It has
not Asmon's fault. But he watches Asmon. He loves Asmon's content. But Asmon did not support Kamala. But Hassan is bad because he didn't support Kamala. Sure.
Its route and destination to evade detection. Chinese fishing vessels have been found employing North Korean crews, violating UN sanctions. These crews were concealed and transferred between ships to avoid detection, indicating deliberate misrepresentation of crew compositions and potential destinations. Ethan wraps up this section by trying to take away the legitimacy of Hassan's words.
And they tell the people in the ship, usually like mostly Filipino people, Filipino crews.
Oh.
And they're like, all right, well, we got no problems with you, but you're coming with us. We're taking over the ship.
What an incredible way to characterize having a gun in your face. Hassan is asking us not to believe our own eyes as we watch terrorists
hostily kidnapped the crew.
Is Hassan asking you not to believe your own eyes? Was it not enough to stay true to the facts, that they indeed most likely captured the ship in international waters, but near their controlled territory? A year-long hostage situation for a seafarer is hard enough as it is. Did Ethan have to make sure to misrepresent facts in order to manipulate perceptions and strengthen his own argument? It would certainly help in appearing on the high ground and convincing others more easily, wouldn't it? This entirely unneeded situation was made more dramatic so people will finally side with him against his personal warfare against his nemesis, Hassan. One case of Ethan KKlein taking it upon himself to push an unchecked claim as fact is one where he alleges that a rescued Israeli hostage was continually during her captivity under Hamas. He uses this story in his Hassan Piker content nuke as a narrative. But there's just one problem. Nowhere in her interview does she say this happened. The girl herself never once stated she was sexually assaulted. Yet, Ethan presents this as undeniable truth. Denims, a Twitch streamer that watched this segment of Ethan's content nuke live on Twitch, she questions the claim.
Wait, wasn't this disproven? Was this clip from her disproven? Is he going to play the clip of her?
This clip of her.
But Ethan, instead of reassessing facts and claims, he reacts.
How do you disprove firsthand testimony? First of all, she's a fucking bitch. Shame on you. Fuck you. How dare you? You say you fucking support women and you sit here and you fucking giggle and laugh at this girl who was raped.
I wonder if Ethan KKlein's going to talk about the new UN report that came out recently. UN report on Israel's gender-based violence and genocidal acts against women's health facilities must spur action to protect Palestinians. I wonder if he's going to talk about this UN. He loves UN reports. He's a huge fan of UN reports, even if they don't claim exactly what he thinks it claims, right? So he'll talk about this one, right? He'll talk about this. We're only 4 days in, to the report being published. I'm sure that he's going to talk about this at some point. So the term systemic use the actual report in the headline. Let me see if I can find the actual report. News. Yeah, it does use. I think it is interesting how Western outlets don't use the term systemic, even though systemic is used in the headline. Human Rights Council, more than a human can bear, Israel's systemic use of sexual, reproductive, and other forms of gender-based violence since October 7th, 2023. So this is a report speaking directly to Israel's use of systemic sexual violence. Exactly what his claim is against Hamas, that there was a use of systemic violence from Hamas on October 7th, right? And there's a UN report claiming directly the same, directly that thing about Israel. I'm sure he's going to speak about this. I'm sure because he cares about victims. Someone posted that on the A3 subreddit against as its own October 7th rape deniers. As its own against October 7th rape deniers, they didn't even read the headlines apparently.
And immediately you say, I believe all women. And they say, oh, wasn't she lying? This whole
Remember when
fucking
he denied
thing.
this on the last episode of Leftovers? Yes, I do. I do. Let me see it. I was watching Noah Sampson go through the report a few days ago. I don't think it's this. I don't think this is specifically not safe for work.
I saw this, and my first thought was like, that's horrible. But I couldn't really find a lot of evidence to back it up. And like, well, let me play the clip.
I saw on the news today a guy who lives in Gaza said that Israelis are raping Palestinian women. Yes, Israelis raping Palestinian women is a well-documented part of Israelis' apartheid apparatus. So that part is not. That part, of course, comes with.
Anyway, that's the heart and soul. I mean, I don't necessarily have to.
There is a.
I don't have to watch the rest because
there's a gag order that was recently released on an Israeli soldier that had raped a Palestinian woman, and this kind of there it is. The IDF removed the gag order in 2016.
He was arrested.
Yeah,
and he was publicly shamed. How is this systemic?
As documentary director, he cites accused of SA. This is also true. I also saw this. Tristan Sheryl Sandberg, a former Facebook CEO who directed documentary Screams Before Silence, alleged mass sexual violence by Hamas on October 7, 2023, without presenting credible evidence or identifying survivors, is now facing an accusation of sexual misconduct herself. In a memoir by Sarah Wynne Williams, Sandberg is alleged to have spent $13,000 on lingerie for herself and her assistant during a work trip and engaged in intimate behavior, such as inviting the assistant to come to bed on a private jet. Yeah. So I wonder if Ethan's going to talk about that either. Or just take this
police force where any kind of sexual act under the coercive institutions of like being incarcerated is understandably and also technically and morally considered sexual assault.
Mm-hmm.
There are reports of
I think Ethan knows about the Israeli rape riots. Probably. I'm pretty sure it was brought up in this conversation. I don't know if I saw Ethan see a clip or Hassan talk about it.
Palestinian women in captivity, talking about that experience.
So let's see. I found one of the sources. I saw you like this tweet by the Squirrel guy. So I just looked into
today's Squirrel.
Yeah. So I just looked into all the sources he posted because I was genuinely curious to know if that was true. And I mean, so besides that article I just pulled up, which is like the one really prominent example I could find of an Israeli guard raping a Palestinian, and again he was arrested and publicly named. But the other one, one of the ones that he quoted was like, I don't know what the fuck this is. Care.com. It's literally just like a little blurb. Palestinian females freed from Israeli detention said more than 15 fellow Palestinian women were raped by Israeli interrogators to force them to confess to charges leveled against them and collaborate with the Israeli intelligence. Quote, Israeli investigators and intelligence officers keep videotapes of raping to blackmail the female detainees. She told IslamOnline.net, which is another website. So according to, I guess, this website, which I then went to, which just doesn't...
Oh, well, that's not going to be too helpful to you, is it?
Well, I translated it.
Translate it.
Yeah, but like I don't understand... This doesn't seem like super credible, at least, or it might be credible.
You have an issue with CARE or Islam.net or the
what is this?
The lack of
listen, that's a huge claim. 15 Palestinian women were raped.
Mm-hmm.
I was sexually abused in photographs, she said. But like, I don't know what this is. What is this?
What do you mean?
Is this a source?
You're asking if it's credible.
Yeah, yes, CARE is credible. I think at least. CARE is
there's no source. There's like nothing here. Like shit. I mean, that's a pretty extraordinary claim. I mean, fuck. Like it's serious to say that the Israeli apparatus is using rape systemically to oppress the Palestinians.
I think it's one of
there's so many horrible things happening.
I think it's one of the many things.
Isn't it interesting how whenever there is a claim that is levied against Israel, Ethan Klein's first gut reaction is to deny it? But if there's a claim levied against Hamas, one that is lacking in the same amount of like substantial evidence, he just, automatically believes it. And one must ask, why is that the case? Why does he feel as though systemic rape is something that only Hamas would be something that they're capable of, that Israel could never do it, even though the evidence points to being the opposite? And then he wonders why people view him as Islamophobic. I'm sure he's going to talk about this. I'm sure he's going to talk about the report. I'm sure he's going to read through all 49 pages of it and get some to, understand what it says. And he's going to come to a take that, he's going to be as strict on Israel that he was on Hamas. I'm sure that he's going to spend just as much time talking about Israel's systemic use of sexual violence. I'm sure. Yeah. Ethan is not actually debater. Is that recording old? No, this is from Leftovers. The show. It was a year and a half ago.
Is so hard for Israelis to process it. You're not going to acknowledge what just happened? She will, to say that she's lying. This is a disgusting human being. She's a vile piece of shit. This entire movement.
Which Ethan has never addressed this either. The fact that like, or address the fact that he took the Beavis family deaths and ran the story without the family wanting the media to run the story. Never addressed that either. He just sits on a claim from the hostages, twists it to serve his own purpose, drop it, and then moves on. Even when he's proven incorrect, because there's always something new, something different, right? A new claim that he can now drop and levy, or something else to fight back against Denims or Mike or Hassan about, or whatever, or somebody else he can dox, right? And this is the problem. Like, the Bad Empanadas did a good job taking down the content nuke specifically, but he makes so many claims, and those claims just go unchecked for so long because he just keeps making more of them. You know? Like, I genuinely forgot about this. I forgot about this claim that he made that he was lying about.
Rotten to the core. It is a joke. And yes, she is a fucking bitch. Somebody that laughs in the face of other fucking rape victims and immediately calls them liars. That's a fucking bitch of a person.
Okay, before I continue, since this is such a sensitive topic, I try not to put too much of my own words and just stay true to known facts and information that exist. The girl in the interview, which was part of a documentary about women who talk about their experiences as hostages, some of them talk about sexual assault, but this woman in particular did not, nor has she ever stated in any interview that she experienced. So Denims is not incorrect here. Ethan saying she was a victim of being continually is just wrong. Ethan does not and cannot have any proof for those statements because there is no proof. And by the way, this woman experienced harassment after her release as a hostage. Some Israelis seem to have found her to talk too kindly about her experience as a hostage and became a target on her own social media platforms. Ethan is not only re-traumatizing a former hostage by falsely claiming she was a victim of sexual assault, but he's also using a hostile rhetoric to silence anyone who challenges him. He paints Denims as a villain.
First of all, she's a fucking bitch. Shame on you. Fuck you.
Misrepresents her reaction at this moment and smears her image.
Somebody that laughs in the face of other fucking victims and immediately calls them liars. That's a fucking bitch of a person.
All because she didn't agree with his claim. He also completely distorts her words. He now claims that Denims called this woman a liar, which she did not.
Wait, wasn't this disproven?
In reality, the only person spreading lies in this situation is Ethan. His refusal to engage in constructive dialogue.
Well, also the documentary itself and the way that it was framed was also not in genuine good faith. But like, besides that, yes, Ethan is the only person.
Acknowledge the truth fosters an environment where misinformation thrives. His unverified and false claims not only damage his credibility, but also encourage a toxic culture in his community, where anyone who disagrees with him is targeted. Another case of Ethan and Hila twisting the narrative to how they see fit is one where Hila's potential collaboration with an artist was rejected for reasons unspecified.
The artist I wanted to collaborate with decided I don't want to be associated because I'm Israeli. Here's the quote. Sorry, I can't be associated with this company.
Bro, they're just a bunch of liars, dog. They're just a bunch of liars. They are just a bunch of liars. They just lie and lie and lie. Lying is OP. This video only went through 3 or 4 of the lies that they did, and they do dozens of lies every week. They just keep lying. They just keep lying.
For considering. I followed them for years, always supported them, and I have an ongoing painting of his at my house. And this is the result of Hassan's type of activism. Should I out him, Hila?
I don't know is it morally okay to say who he is. Whatever you guys think, I don't care.
What an asshole response to, like, it's almost like he's, yeah, and by the way, like, he doesn't even dignify you with the response of, like, it's like, no, I can't fucking be associated with this company.
I'm just annoyed because it's not the first one. There's another person right now that is doing the same thing to me, somebody that I'm already working with.
This is the result of Hassan's activism. This is what it resounds to. Alienation, hate, racism, and zero fucking progress for people in Gaza. Zero. I'm gonna think about if I want to blast him or not. I mean, because, like, it's not right. Like, you think you're being the good guy and shit. Like, you're just being a fucking bigot, bro. You're nothing more than a bigot.
Like, again, just like with that one Instagram comment, there's nothing here to demonstrate that this person is anti-Semitic. There's nothing here to demonstrate that this person is anti-Semitic. Nothing. There's nothing. She leaked his name, by the way. No, she didn't. Don't tell me. I don't want to know. I don't want to propagate the information. But that's crazy.
And also just to not even dignify you with like a reasonable response. Just so short and fucking rude. What a bitch. Scumbag. Why would you blame someone for something because of where they were born? This is what racism is, but apparently it's totally fine all of a sudden.
It's just, they're so delusional that if they think, if I'm not the person that you want to associate with, then good luck in the world. Because, like, I am as progressive, you know, I left Israel. I don't even live there anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I should be your model Jewish person.
Like, why are you...
I should be your best friend.
Instead of addressing any potential reasons or questioning why this response was received, Ethan and Hila spun the entire situation into an attack against Hila for being Israeli, straight into playing the victim card when a situation doesn't suit them. Let's read what exactly the message said again. I'm sorry, I can't be associated with this company. Thanks for the consideration. Is it maybe possible the brand's rejection had nothing to do with Hila's nationality?
No, it has to. It has to have been because of that. And it must have. Oh, yawn. Yawn.
It had everything to do with the growing controversy surrounding the H3 podcast and its declining reputation.
I'll see how we saw the drinking thing.
Ethan has steered.
They will be drinking on stream. Not even tonight, but like in the morning for a subathon. You know what? Yeah.
Up multiple public scandals. Companies are simply.
Yeah. It's gonna go great. It's gonna go great. Trust.
Less interested in associating with that kind of baggage. Ethan and Hila have reframed themselves as victims.
Unplug the button, Dan. Oh, Dan, please. Please, if there's a little bit of progressive left in you, if you're still just a little bit of a socialist, please just unplug the button. Unplug the button. Olivia, let me extend an olive branch here, okay? You're a Twitch streamer, I'm a Twitch streamer. Just show up to the office. Just unplug the button. Bro. Just think of the content. Purely for the content. They need the money. Okay, well, I'm not telling them to just loudly and publicly declare they unplug the button. Just like do it when like everybody's in the bathroom. You know what I mean? Be like, hey, everybody, let's go take a group bathroom break. And you go to the bathroom, and on your way out, you kind of trip and you accidentally unplug the button. The New Yorker article is going to be a source, but I have it open. We'll talk about that afterwards.
Immediately jumping to the conclusion that this was pure.
AB. I'll also extend the olive branch to AB. AB. We both stream on Twitch. We're both Twitch streamers. Yeah, let's work something out.
Full year,
Let's work something out. You know what I mean? I will let bygones be bygones. If you just unplug the button. Just unplug the button. Bro. It would be so funny. Who's most likely to unplug the button? That's a good question. Who is most likely to unplug the button? Honestly, Olivia, AB, Dan, Love, Zach. Ian is his last day. Ian, Olivia. I feel like AB is too loyal. No. If you think AB is more loyal than Dan is, you have not been watching. You know what I mean? I don't know if this is correct, chatter. Is this... Does Social Blade always look like this? It looks gross now. No, it's still there. No, it's still there. AC Podcast. It's just their old channel URL. A gold subscription is required to use this option? Not if you're me. Cursor not allowed. Let me just get rid of that. Dang it. I thought it would work. Didn't work. Maybe though. Maybe. I'm not setting it as Social Blade. I don't want to see what the last 30 days were. Whatever, I don't care.
Purely because of discrimination of her Israeli identity, redirecting the audience's outrage into the abyss towards the unknown entity. According to Ethan and Ela, anyone who disagrees with Israel's actions is automatically an anti-Semite, ignoring the fact that political criticism and discrimination are not the same thing. This rhetoric is dangerous because it shuts down all discussion and labels legitimate concerns as bigotry. Ethan and Ela are creating a culture where no one can question him without facing extreme backlash. They twisted the company's entire short message.
Wait, okay, hold on, wait. You can see right here that there's not been a single month where they've gained any subscribers. Since April of last year, they lost 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, 50,000, 60,000, 70,000, 80,000, 90,000, 100,000, 110, yeah, 120, 130, 140, 140, wait, yeah, 140,000. Let's see, 1 year. Excuse me, I was close. 170,000 in the last year. Why did it jump up to... Oh, that was views, yeah. No, this is subscribers. Oh wait, subscribers. That was views. That's rough, buddy. Huh. Interesting timing. Interesting timing when they started to lose subscribers. And they've never recovered. Quite interesting timing.
Narrative that they are victims and Israeli, despite the reality. There is also a pattern that keeps repeating. Ethan keeps getting facts wrong. Ethan confidently presents something as fact only for it to be corrected, and instead of taking a moment to verify, his first instinct is to go on the attack. Rather than taking a correction with humility, Ethan's response is often aggressive. He insults the person.
I have decreed, let it be known, that Denims is a dumb fucking bitch.
Calls him names.
What a fucking lapdog you are. How pathetic can you be to fucking curl up on Hassan's lap like a good pussycat? Prefer him, bitch.
Then, after the barrage of insults, sometimes, not always, Ethan realizes he was actually wrong.
She is an ex-Destiny orbiter. In fact, it's rumored, I'm pretty sure that they had a sexual relationship. I don't know why I thought that. I swear I read that somewhere, but that's okay. My bad. Apparently she did not have sex with Destiny, although it... I spoke out of turn. She did not have sex with him. She was friends with him. She benefited from him. She did not have sex with him.
That is a fact.
So, I know I should apologize once again to Denims, the dumb fucking bitch that I hate. Just because I was wrong about her sleeping with Destiny, I spoke out of turn there, and I apologize for that, even though I despise her for every other conceivable reason. Is there anything else I should emphasize?
This kind of behavior has real consequences. Not everyone watches every episode, and by the time Ethan admits he was wrong, if he ever does, his audience may have already clicked off the video, missing the entire part where he confirms that he was incorrect after all. The person bashed is left dealing with the fallout. The reputation is stained, and many of Ethan's viewers will never even know that he got the facts wrong in the first place. When you have a platform as big as Ethan's, you have a responsibility to get things right. But instead, he repeatedly spreads false information, attacks those who correct him, and barely acknowledges when he's wrong.
You got got. You got there.
But I mean, like, ultimately, I still feel like it's not that material, considering, again, that she was nominated once and won once.
Yeah, you used the wrong image. So, and you reversed the years, which, again, I do agree, slightly makes it worse, the way that you presented it versus reality.
I disagree.
His audience, whatever he may have left, trusts him. But misinformation combined with aggressive responses to correction creates a toxic cycle where the truth often takes a backseat to entertainment. If you're going to critique others, you need to hold yourself to the same standard. Getting facts
image not wrong. Yes, it was a doctored image that came from r/Destiny. But it wasn't a big deal because Ethan said it wasn't a big deal. Yeah, it was wrong, but it wasn't a big deal. But when you're wrong, it destroys your credibility. Right? When Denims says that, like, children don't start forming memories on average until 4, usually not at the age of 3, and it was actually 3.5, credibility destroyed. How dare she? She's laughable. She's a dumb person. She called CPS, right? Ethan KKlein using a doctored image from a community of people who have a history of harassing Hassan and Hassan friends and pro-Palestinian people in general, or leftists in general, and then misrepresenting the streamer awards. Yeah, you know, who cares? Who cares? Who cares? It's not that big of a deal. You know what I mean? It's not that big of a deal.
Happens. But how you handle corrections say everything about your integrity. The way Ethan treats his mistakes, especially when it involves publicly bashing innocent people, sets a dangerous precedent for how online discourse functions. Also, when he admits he was wrong, he always has to deflect by pointing out something he thinks the other person got wrong.
She was the victim of the crime of Atriarch and the recipient of my inappropriate joke, okay? My problem is with Ludwig being a spineless coward of a human being.
He can't just take accountability and leave it at that. And on top of that, he usually downplays the significance of his mistakes.
Do you think that's a meaningful distinction?
And what happens when someone responds to his Instagram stories and livestream content? He downplays what the person on the other end receives.
I'm 100% against anyone calling CPS on YouTubers they don't like 48 hours after being harassed by Ethan KKlein. Bitch, it's not harassment. Grow up. These people are so pathetic.
And as usual, expect twisting things around to make the other person look bad.
You choose to participate in a snark Reddit page with your name on it, and then it's a problem that Ethan points it out. I'm sorry.
This is so funny when they consistently say how they're trying to so hard to start new snark Reddit pages. They cry about how Reddit keeps banning their dedicated harassment pages that they make to dedicatedly harass people, right? But if you leave a comment saying, I love you on like the Snark subreddit, talking about how you're cool or whatever, you deserve harassment.
It's
The interview bad empanada, bro.
Disgraceful to participate in a snark page. It is. And
I think it's
Ethan
disgraceful as a
is allowed to point it out.
And also
And
as
if that's too much for you, maybe get off the internet.
Right.
And
or at least get off.
maybe don't work for a reputable company like Red and Link. You don't deserve to work there.
But Ela knows. Ethan did not only point out a Reddit post that speaks critical of Matt, he also posted this, and this, and this, and this, called him evil and a piece, and went on, making sure everyone and their mum has heard of where Matt works. Why did Ethan do this? Well, Ethan says it himself.
And I think he should be fired, frankly. And I hope he is fired because he's pathetic.
She would tell her friends to back off.
Isn't the whole point that you are saying difficult things, that you're taking the difficult stance? You're not it's not about going along with the crowd and being like, I hate racists, guys. Aren't we all the best? It's about actually fucking doing the right thing when it's difficult to do.
Yeah.
I mean, go back to the civil rights. You think that the people who are like the white kids who are protesting with the black students, you think that they were just like not risking anything?
Ethan has faced criticism, sure. But let's not confuse criticism with actual systemic oppression. To equate someone disagreeing with your podcast to the struggles of a marginalized group fighting for basic human rights shows a serious lack of understanding. So here's the real question. Where does this end? How far does Ethan get to go before people finally say enough is enough? How many people will be harassed, misrepresented, threatened, or dogpiled before he's held accountable? Because at this point, it's not about defending himself. It's about controlling the conversation by any means necessary. And the longer this continues, the more obvious it becomes. Ethan Klein isn't fighting against harassment. He's weaponizing it. Thanks for watching the video. Bye-bye.
Good video. I like that I was mentioned.
He works.
As a great philosopher once said, this never shuts up. OMG. And comment. Wait, wrong account. Dang it, this is the wrong account. I keep doing that. I keep posting it on the incorrect account. This is the right account. Okay. There we go. Fixed it.
Leave. You work. Leave.
Where's my comment at? YouTube, stop blocking me. My comments.
Leave. He works for Good Mythical Morning. This guy.
Okay, it's there somewhere, I think. You have to like go here.
This guy is. Well, this guy works for Good Mythical Morning, acting like he's wholesome. He's evil.
There it
I
is.
mean, he is just a.
Aha. Really have been harassed by evangelical Christians for years, publicly deconstructing and leaving and speaking out of the church. This is a small change for that. I said that last time. But yeah, a good video. I like being mentioned in it, so that's cool. It's a good views on an unknown and a new channel. Chat is what I'm saying. If you have not jumped on the, ooh, there's a legal eagle video about ICE deporting students for protesting. Ooh, Pokimane. I'm sorry.
He gave his whole life for you.
Let's see. Topics. I just want to see what they talk about, okay? I scan topics. I'm curious. I want to see. We're looking for. No, I'm not looking for mentions of me. I'm looking for mentions of anything. You know what I mean? Things that I'm interested in. I want to see what they talk about. Okay, can I not? Can I not like look and see? I do this for every podcast. Right? I scroll through. I see what they talk about. I'm like, oh, this might be an interesting thing. I just saying that sad boys. Thank you. Okay. Jeez Louise, I'm not simping. Stop.
It appears that the Trump administration is trying to rendition and deport.
I always thought the Shadow Black Sisters of African Princess was AI. It's a funny clip. Oh, no, it's a real clip.
Most.
Back when I used to be an actual funny chatter.
Down bad comment you've ever heard. Sean the Black says, she's my African princess. A lot of you would benefit from reading the Quran, okay? Drop the phone, put the good book in your one hand and start reading.
But the Umar is typing.
In the name of Allah.
She's African. Am I wrong? Am I incorrect? Are you going to sit there and tell me that I'm wrong? That's where that soundbite comes from? Yeah. And she had no idea? She is. Morocco is in Africa, and I know geography.
Allah, read. Most down bad comment you've
Not
ever
my business.
heard.
Also, I want to point out, it's not even just me. Where's the other comment at?
Down bad comment you've ever heard. Sean the Black says, she's my African princess.
Where's it at? Where's Flunky's comment at? It's in here somewhere. Flunky's comment was worse, okay? Let's be real. Or was it before this clip? It might have been before this clip. Sad face. Snitching on Maine. I am snitching on Maine. So we watched this video. I want to talk about one more thing before we move on. Covered this. We're not going to watch this one.
Governor Tim Walz is Democrat of Minnesota. State.
Covered.
Sean the Black says, she's my African princess.
T Streets just subscribed. Bring back our African princess.
T Streets, thank you for the 20-month free subscription. Much appreciated. I don't remember. There was one more thing I wanted to see. And I don't. Oh! I think it was this.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist. Okay? I live when I believe. No.
The Baker E just subscribed. Classic.
The Bakery, thank you for the 6-month resubscription. Mike's kind of popping off on Twitter.
People want to stand by their principles. They want to be these heroic advocates, but they don't want to risk fucking anything. Hassan should go to Gaza. And if he doesn't, he should be severely judged by his audience for being a total fucking coward.
I mean, it's part of why I judge him. He doesn't know shit about that conflict. He's never been to Gaza, never been to Israel. He doesn't know shit about it.
No, he doesn't.
He does not. But he talks like with such authority. Oh my God. You would think he's been there like 5 times since October 7th already.
You sound like someone that needs to talk to Sam Cedar.
Yeah, Sam Cedar, another one I'm ready to burn.
People want to stand by their principles. They want to be these heroic advocates, but they don't want to risk fucking anything. Hassan should go to Gaza. And if he...
Go to Gaza is a death threat in my opinion. I agree. 3 journalists were killed in the past week. When American doctors and nurses went to Gaza, they came back saying the IDF snipes and intentionally shoots children in the head. Ethan's response was to invite loner box on a stream to do propaganda denying denials with no evidence. Journalists aren't allowed in Gaza. Yeah. He knows. He knows. You realize why Ethan's going to Israel and Ethan's not going to Gaza? Right? Because somehow like Hassan must go to Gaza and you know, do journalism in Gaza for like Ethan to like take him seriously, I guess. Ethan can just be like, no, I can go do like propaganda in Israel, and like that shows how serious I am about defending Palestinian liberation, I guess. Like, okay. Okay, all right, sure. Oh, Kaz, thank you for the whoa. Kaz 90, thank you for the 24 months? Is that the first 2 years? I think that's the first 2-year subscription. How did I miss that? Much appreciated. We're almost at the full 2 years. So technically, it's a month ahead because your first month is like month number 1. So your 23rd month is technically your 24th month because it starts counting at 1, index 1. So we're coming up on my 2-year anniversary on and in the streaming landscape. What should we do for that? We should throw a party. I haven't heard of Hamas killing any humanitarian aid workers intentionally or not. Yeah. 24-minute freestyle? I don't know about that. Pretty sure that's how I got introduced to you. That's how most people got introduced to me. I was a nobody 2 years ago. I will say, going from like basically 0 viewers to like, how many do I have now? 800 in 2 years. Not bad. Shark React for the anniversary. I'm not doing Shark React. I don't even know what Shark is doing, but I think Shark replied to one of my tweets at one point. Like, I don't have beef with Shark. It's been 2 years. I've moved on. He's ever great content. Thank you. The Blessed Machine. Our Rising Star. Again, just think about how funny it would be if I win Rising Star this year. I'm looking forward, chat. I'm looking forward. Shonda Black for Rising Star. You see new pirate software drama? It's not even new. Scooby sent it into the Discord. It's not even new. It's just like, it's a video that I've already seen in the past. You're Rising Star, but are you Nyx? Do I have to play the song, chat? I'll play the song. I'm not above playing the song. Friendo, pal. I'm going to be in Austin soon. And this was like 3 months ago or 4 months ago. And I've gotten 5,000 followers since then. Almost 6,000. We're on the come up, chat. We're on the come up. For, you know, unrelated reasons. Please let me on your stream, please. You got 2 people to get Rising Star. I'm going for Rising Star next year, please. I beg of you. I beg of you. That's what I'm gonna be like. I'm gonna be like, please, Nick, please. Please, I'm poor and need to eat. Rising Star. I need a rising star. I wanna go so far. Aim for the stars. A rising star. That's me. 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 Oh, Nick.
Oh, Nick. Oh, Nick. Oh, Nick said, please, please pick me. I'm free, free. Nick, please.
I was popping off.
Nick, please. Nick, please. Please pick me. Me, I'm free, free. Pick me, pick me. Nick, please. I'm your rising star. Please, I will go so far. Please, I will hop in the car. Road trip, please. I'm your rising star, Nick, please. I'ma go so far, Nick, please. I'm your rising star. Road trip. You stream in the mornings, so do I. What you want, please, I won't die. I'ma cry if I'm not picked. I'ma cry, what is this shit? Oh, I'm a rising star. Oh, I'ma go so far. Oh, I would never say the things Young Dabo said to you and your friends. What I need to do, please tell me what I need to do. What can I do? What can I do? You please, I'm your rising star. Please, I'm your rising star. Please, I'ma go so far. Please, I'ma go so far. Nick, please, I'm your rising star. Nick, please, I'ma go so far. Nick, please, I'ma hop in the car for a road trip. Listen, if you see some things that I said about Asmons Gold, I didn't mean it, all right? If you see the things I said about Tectone, I definitely meant it, okay? I meant that 100%. But like, I did not mean what I said about Asmons Gold, right? When I said, okay, it's done. And this was good. I don't know what got into me this day. This day was good. Honestly, it made, okay. I don't even know if my autotune still works. Okay. Test says hello. No, I mean, okay, it sounds a little bit pre-written. No. It was totally off the dome. This was totally off the dome. Completely off the dome. Yeah, okay. Maybe I'll go, B minor's chill. Maybe turn the tracking down a tad bit. You used to have autotune all the time, now we never get it? Yeah. I know.
She's my African princess.
Vordello just
We're dealing with a
subscribed.
13-month resubscription. I don't know what happened, honestly. I got famous and switched up. Yeah. I do have my Pirate Software voice though. Hello, this is me. My name is Pirate Software. My dad worked at Blizzard for 45 years. And I'm not a Nebula baby. Don't call me a Nebula baby. I'm not a Nebula baby. How dare you? Wait, is it not working? No, it's not working. Wait, I know what it is. No, it should definitely be working. Why is it not working? Have I been forsaked? Have I lost the sauce? What if I close it and then I... close it entirely? Okay. Wait, you can still hear me. You're not supposed to be able to hear me now. Hello, test. Okay. We're gonna figure this out, chat. We'll figure it out together. My pirate software voice is not working, and it saddens my soul. Oh!
Oh! Oh! I figured it out. I figured it out. I figured it out. The Rising Star is reborn.
We're back. You sound the same to me? No, I should be back. We should be auto-tuned. Can we check my voice?
Like this? Please, Nick, please. Rising star. I need a rising star. As an Irish song, I don't know how to auto-tune videos. I have not yet figured that one out, okay? Also, why do I sound like a white girl a little bit? My voice just gets higher and I just go full white girl, you know? Just full white girl. Yeah, full valley girl. Yeah.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank.
You have a Shapiro setting on that? No. I do the same, to be honest. I mean, yeah, you just gotta do it. You gotta do it. And to be honest, this is a little bit of personal life stuff. I sound a little bit like my girlfriend. My girlfriend has a very clear, like, a valley girl accent. And so maybe I'm, like, subconsciously just copying what she's doing. You know? You said you say like a lot. I always say like a lot. Like, I suddenly for the urge to get 50 tier 3 subs. I mean, you should. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, if you got it, you should give it to me. Cause like, what are you gonna do? Give it to Hassan? Like, no, you're gonna give it to me. Give it to a beautiful, a beautiful babe, if you will. You know. Just close your eyes. You know, just close your eyes. Wait, hold on. I got it. I got the perfect thing for this. Hold on, wait. I got the perfect thing for this. I like that one. Okay, wait. Yeah. This is gonna be good. Wait, hold on. OBS. Okay. Image. Add. Alright, yeah, just imagine it's me talking, okay? Yeah, just imagine it's me talking, alright? You should give me all the money in your wallet. You know what would be really funny to me, chat? It would be really, really happy if you told me all those little funny numbers on the front of your credit card and those silly digits on the back too. You should give me all of those. You know, just some like quirky numbers. Just those quirky numbers, right? I would love it if you just gave me all those quirky numbers, right? And tell me the silly little date on the back so I remember our anniversary. And then those 3 digits on the back too. I would love it. I would love it if you did that to me. Oh, it's so funny. Wait, is Scarlet actually be Rising Star? Yeah, I mean, you're totally right. I could definitely be Rising Star if you think about it. It would make me so happy if you voted for me for Rising Star. Wait, hold on. it would make me so very, very happy if you voted for me for Rising Star. You should do that. You should really, really do that. It's working? Yes, it's... Wait, okay. Guys, I just remembered that it's International Women's Day.
I was about to go get the Henny.
It was last week, which means it's International Give Me All the Subs Day. Thank you, Anonymous, for the 5 gifted subs for participating in International Women's Month and giving me my money for International Women's Day. I really appreciate that. Oh my goodness, bro. What is even happening? What is happening? Are you okay? No! No, I'm not okay. MP Sharky, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so. Wait, hold on. So, I can't zoom in anymore further. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Yes, I can. Give me a second. I have something for this. Scene. Webcam. There we go. Thank you so much. Did you appreciate that? Okay, we're done. We're done.
I pretended to be a white girl and immediately a helicopter started flying above me. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry. I apologize. That was uncouth of me. I should not have done that. Also, that went on for a lot longer than it probably should have. It went on for almost entirely too long. But okay, the auto-tune's working again. We figured it out. So, Ethan, get you for appropriating white culture. You can't get me. What did I do? I didn't do anything. Maybe. Wait, hold on. Maybe Ethan needs a song. Maybe he'll be happy if Ethan had a song for me. All right, Ethan, I got you. Okay. Let me think. Wait, wrong one. Wait, this doesn't really make me want to sing. It makes me want to rap. Wait. Hey. Hey. Yeah, Ethan, what you wanna do? Your dog, get in all the poo on the floor. Eat it up. Ethan, what you wanna do? Ethan, your dog's gonna poo. What? Eat it up. Say what it is about. Hey, what this is about. Hey, on your dog's snout. Hey,
Hey, what this is about. Hey, what this is about. Look, we do this every day. We do it every way. What you gon' say? Beat gon' slay. I actually have nothing. That's all I had. I had that one bar. I am creatively unbankrupt. Wait, no, I am creatively bankrupt. Look. I like this beat though. Hey, hold on, wait, hey, oh. I need more auto-tune. I need more. Give me all the reads to the speed. No humanization. I need something else. What about this one? Hey. Wait. Give me some bars, chat. Let me steal from you. Look. I'm a cook. Hey, I got you shook. Hey, look. Hey, I'm the one, and I'm rapping every day now, and I do it every day on my way now. Hey, stay down. Hey, stay down. Saying slurs, gotta button it. Saying slurs, gotta button it. Yeah, carpet full of shit. Hey, my carpet full of shit. Wait, what you say and what you mean? Hey, no, I'm not mean. What you mean? Hey, keep it a bean. Hey, hide behind the screen. Hey, hide behind the story. What you wanna say? Hide behind the stories and you shoot the day. No, don't, what? I don't know what's on Ethan. I actually don't know if Ethan. When, expecting to go fire. I got this one. I don't like this beat either. This beat's fine. I need more. Give me something harder. I feel like I've heard this beat before. Well, I like this one actually. That was a good beat. It was a good beat, but like it wasn't fitting my vibe. You know what I mean? How do I feel? How do I feel? Wait, I think this beat is actually in this.
It is. I knew I heard it before. I rapped on this beat before. It's this beat. I knew I heard it before. I was like, cause I rapped on this beat before. Okay, I remember now. Hey. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay. I got this. Yeah, for the sub goal. I've played these games before. I have. Why can't I remember anything? Wait, hold on. I know what I need to do. Wait. There we go. Wait, run it back. Okay, from top. Hold on, wait.
Huh, yeah, okay. It's Becky. It's Becky. It's Becky. It's Becky. It's Becky. It's Becky. Hey, I like Becky the bitch. Hold on. Becky on a beat. Becky on a beat, and you know I'm about to go hard. Driving around my dad's go-kart. Hey, he took me out of school. Doing coke inside the office in the pool. Hey, yeah, but he know I got my allowance back. Hey, got my allowance back. Got my allowance back. Hey, yo, it's Becky. Hey, it's Becky. Hey, 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 it's Becky. Hey, 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 it's Becky. Hey, 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 it's Becky. It's Becky. It's Becky. It's Becky. I still your boyfriend Brecky. I want to fit it at me. You want to eat the Deffy. Yeah. What it like though? Get some light, bro. Hey, yeah, you know you need it. Becky on the beat and the bitches gon' feed it. Hey, I got your people feeding. Hey, you know you gon' need it. Yeah, 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 it's Becky. Hey, hey, I eat your daddy's brekkie. Hey, hey, don't test me. Hey, hey, don't test me. Hey, hey, it's Becky. I can't hear myself anymore. My headphones came out. Okay, wait, look, don't cook. Got yo girl shook. You know I don't have anything else. Look, okay, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Because it's Becky. You know it's Becky. Because it's Becky. You know I'm Becky. You know I'm Becky. I don't. What rhymes with Becky, bro? I got nothing. I got nothing in me, bro. I don't know what white girls like. I don't know what Becky, what rhymes with Becky. Like, okay, hold on. Or okay. We got something. What would Becky write about? Okay. Maybe Becky can't freestyle. What would Becky, right? What would Becky write about? Alright, it's Becky. What would Becky? Her bestie Lexi? Okay. Okay. It's Becky. You got Lexi. I like brekkie. Brekkie, like breakfast. Ooh, her Tessie. And her bestie. It's Becky and her bestie. It's Becky and her bestie. It's Becky and her bestie, and they both be looking sexy. Yes, you know it's messy. Hey, hopping in my Lexi. Oh, my girl, she got a testy. Wait, not a testy, like it's like a testicle. But I like testy as well. I meant to say tessie, you know? Ooh, I like preggy.
I live like a capitalist every single
Okay.
day.
Ooh, I like Reggie. Like Becky got a boyfriend named Reggie. Or Becky stole Lexi's boyfriend Reggie. You know? And then Reggie got her preggy, you know? I like this idea, okay? I like this storyline. Okay. So, Becky got a bestie named Lexi, and they both drive Tessies or Teslas, right? Lexi got a boyfriend named Reggie, who said Becky is sexy. They then start sexting, and Reggie gets Becky preggy. And then it all is very messy. I like that. I like that. So Becky has a bestie named Lexi, and they both drive the Tessies. And Lexi got a boyfriend named Reggie, who either Becky said was sexy or who said that Becky was sexy. And then they started sexting, and then Reggie got Becky preggy, and it's all very messy. Now, how do we turn this into a song? That's the question. Well, let's just go into it, and then we see what's actually happening here. I'm sorry, guys. You guys can see my pores. Let me make myself smaller. You can't see my pores anymore. Oh no! Don't look at that. There we go. Okay. Maybe let's go to a different beat. Let's go to killer bars. Ooh, shades. You know, cause like they like to shade. Hey, my bitches call me bestie, but my bestie's name is Lexi. Wait, no, it was Becky. My bitches call me Becky. My bestie's name is Lexi. We hop up in the car because you know we drive a Tessie. Okay, let's go. Yeah, you're right, I gotta lock in. Let me lock in real quick. Hey. I do suck at Weaponizing. Okay, let me think. Hey. It's Becky. Because my bitches call me Becky, and my bestie's name is Lexi. We hop up out the car, and we drive a Tessie. Lexi got Reggie, and Reggie is his bestie. And yo ain't gonna say that my Becky name is sexy. Hey. Okay, no. Okay, let me think. I messed it up again. Okay, let me think. Okay, my bestie's name is Lexi, and we both drive on the Tessies. My bestie's name is Lexi, and we both drive on the Tessies. You know Oh, I messed it up again. Okay. No, maybe this isn't the right one. Maybe we need bad boys. We need another beat. Give me another beat. I like bad boys. I like bad boys. I like bad boys. Yeah. I like bad boys. Bad boys. I like bad boys with them bad thighs. I like bad bits. I like bad bars. I like bad things. I like bad rides. Hey, said I like bad guys. I like bad men with the dirty things. I like bad dudes with the dirty rings. I like bad boys with the big rims. I like bad boys with the big Tims. I like bad boys who will pay for me. I like roses and I like groceries. I like bad boys. I like bad things. I like bad guys. I like big rings. Oh, big rings. Oh, big rings. Oh, big rings. I got bad men with the big rings. I like bad dudes with the big cars, with the Jeep, who can open jars. I like bad guys with the money stacks. I like big boys with the 100 racks. I like bad boys. I like gangsters. I like bad guys with the dang guns. Hey, with the dang guns. Hey, oh. I like bad guys who can do the bad things. I got bad guys who can give me bad rings. I got bad guys who can do the bad things. I got bad rides who can do the dirty things. Do the dirty things. Do the dirty things. I got bad who just got it up on our bestie. All right. I got a bestie. Wait, you guys want to hear about my bestie? Hold on. Hey, my bitches call me Becky, but I know I got my bestie. We in a car, cause we both drive the Tessies, hey. And Lexi, she got a Reggie. But Reggie, in my phone, he tryna sext me? Wait, Reggie said I'm sexy? Wait, Reggie wants me preggy? Wait, Reggie kinda bad. Wait, Reggie? Yeah. Reggie? Yeah. Reggie? Yeah. Reggie? Yeah. Reggie? Yeah. Wait, Reggie kinda bad. Wait, Reggie? Yeah. I like bad boys who do bad things. I got bad boys with the bad rings. I got bad boys who can do the bad things. I got bad boys who got me the big rings. Big rings. Big rings. I got bad boys who can do the bad things. Big rings. Big rings. I got bad boys who can do the bad things. It's Becky. 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 Who can do the bad things? Okay. 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 I like that. I like that. I have no idea how we got here, bro. We got so far off of the actual topic of discussion that, like, we kind of lost the plot a little bit. Just slightly. We kind of slightly lost the plot. But we're gonna try and refocus back to what we were talking about in the first place. How does Becky feel about Ethan? Why are you asking about me in the third person? You can just ask me how I feel about Ethan. And I don't like Ethan. Right? I think he's a bit too knife to those radical left-wingers. Right? I liked old Ethan. When he was saying stuff that, like, nobody could stop him from saying. Yeah. But also, I really can't get behind the Israel defense, right? I love the slurs, but, like, defending genocide is a bit too far for me. I just don't like it. Just think of all the babies there. But, like, if he went back to saying slurs, then, like, you know, maybe he'd be fine. But I don't know yet. I'm totally fine. I'm sorry. That was a little, that wasn't very ladylike of me. Like, he's definitely a two-stater. Why does everybody keep talking about me like I'm not here? Right? They always did this when I worked at, like, the office. And they would always act like I wasn't there. And, like, yeah, I was an intern, but, like, I am a person who has, like, personality. And I'm very smart. And I'm very attractive, obviously, but, like, I'm very with it. And, like, everybody wants to act like I'm not actually there. And nobody wants to actually talk to me, but they want to talk, like, about me and around me. And I think that's, like, a contributing factor of, like, the patriarchy and how people don't really understand what women have to go through, and they want to hear about, like, women's issues and struggles. Not ever, but when they do, they want to hear about it from a man and from a male feminist, and nobody ever cares about what women actually have to say about these issues, and they want to talk around us instead of talking to us. You know what I mean? Anyway, okay, I'm sorry. I've stolen too much of your time here. I know you guys were talking about, like, serious issues and Ethan Klein and things like that, but maybe about a $20 strawberry. Well, okay, to be fair, it was a $19 strawberry from Erewhon, and, like, Erewhon is my shopping space of choice, right? I don't really take anything less than Erewhon. That's where I get all of my groceries from, because my daddy pays for it all, obviously. But yeah, the strawberry was good. I just wanted it to be more flavorful. I thought it's $20 for a strawberry, right? And I was like, it's gonna taste like thebomb.com, and it didn't really taste like thebomb.com, you know? It tasted like it tasted like the bomb. Excuse me, I'm sorry. it didn't really taste like thebomb.com. It tasted like thebomb.net. Right? Maybe thebomb.org. Right? Not really. Not really thebomb.com. Yeah, it tasted like thebomb.co.uk. Oh, okay, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, I do have to end the bit here, because if I keep the bit going for any longer, I have to start questioning myself whether or not I'm doing this and it's still a bit, you know? I have to.
At a certain point, you gotta be like, am I enjoying this? Is this Pat just for comedic effect? Ugh. This is why people do drag. You're enjoying it for sure. I mean, it was funny. Silencing women. You're too into it. It doesn't work if you're not into it. It was a good bit. I think it was a good bit. Right. I think it went on for a little bit longer than I would have wanted it to, but the bit was good. It was a good bit. It was a good bit. Will Becky be a reoccurring bit? God, I hope not. Please. It is International Women's Month. Is Becky the first woman you had on stream? That's crazy. Don't bring her back. I will. You think I won't? I will. Right? She's right here. It'll be very easy to do. She's easier to put on than Carla is. So. She's so scary. No, we just need to find a better picture for her. That's it, right? We just need a better picture than this picture, okay? That's the issue. Oop. You know what I mean? That picture is perfect. Wrong one. Sorry, I'm going to turn it off. There. Should I be VTuber arc? I'll do it. Trust me. Trust me. Honestly, and also, the song did not turn out to be that bad, okay? The song did not turn out to be that bad. It was pretty solid. Could you make a Becky counter to Carla? We can. Anyway, sorry. Completely distracted. Also, chat, can I get 2 subs for that? Just give me 2 subs for that. You know what I mean? We're at 17,098. So 1,798, not 17,000. Oh my goodness. Give me 2 subs. Get us to 1,800. And I'll appreciate that. Yo, Monty G, thank you for the gifted subs, and Olivia, thank you for the gifted sub as well. And the great thank you for the gifted sub. Okay, we hit it. We're chilling. Carla versus Becky, rap battle win. Lyra Cats, thank you for the gifted sub. Hasn't updated yet. When it updates, we're at 1.8. Much appreciated. I think that closes out the entire Ethan KKlein section of the broadcast. Unless there's something else that y'all want to see about Ethan, I think that was most of it. Right? I think that was most of it. Game time. Give me a skin on how Zach is off kilter. Oh right, I didn't talk about Asmon. Just his take on like, jeez Louise, I get getting work messages. Is this the clip? Let me see. Oh, okay, yeah, this is it. Let's just see what his takes on like just foreign conflicts have just been pretty poor regardless. But I wanna show you guys these clips.
Oh boy. It's like, imagine you're in this fucking canoe. And you see this video, you're like, ah, shit. Fuck, man. Oh, come on, dude. Yeah, I'm cooked. I'm going home, man. Yeah, bomb you in? Yeah.
Are the airstrikes in Yemen working?
Well, when you say working, are they stopping the Houthis? No. Are they going to continue? Yes.
Bro, he was so bad, bro. Joe Biden was so atrociously bad. Just so atrociously bad.
No, honestly, I think it's pretty easy to look at it. You figure out the people that are involved with the people that are involved with these terrorist groups. You identify them, you figure out where they live. You can do this through satellite imaging. You can do it with other types of intelligence. And you work with the government there. And if they don't want to work with you, then you just do it anyway. And you kill them. That's it. I don't think it's that complicated. Right? I mean, like, what? How is that complicated?
My issue with Asmon is this is such a baby-brained mentality for just foreign conflicts just in general, right? Because even if you take the Houthis at, like, you know, State Department face value, right? In that they are unilaterally bad, in that they're terrorists for taking ships and they should be eradicated. Do you think that America has not tried and attempted which government? He means like just, he's talking generally about like foreign conflict, saying like any or terror group, you work with the local government in that area. And then if they're not like playing ball, then you just usurp their agency and just bomb them anyway. And here in this instance, I assume that he means like the Yemeni government. And he's saying that like, you work with them to remove the terrorists that we dictate as terrorists. And if you can't remove the terrorists, you just go in and you bomb them. The problem with that is that has never worked. It has not. This is why the war on terror was an abject failure, right, of an endeavor. And that wasn't even like going to war with like a specific country, right? It was a war on the concept of terror, which is a nebulous concept to begin with, right? And it doesn't work because when you are battling because if you're going to war with a country, right, that's one thing, right? Winning and losing when at war with a country is something that can be measured to a certain extent. Treaties are signed, people surrender. Going on war with the concept of a terrorist, like, or concept of terror, is a fool's endeavor, right? And it works if your entire goal is to justify the expansion of the military-industrial complex. But if you're actually trying to eradicate like ideals, it won't work. If you're trying to stop rebellion, it won't work, right? It is an abject failure. The war on drugs, the same thing. It's exactly like the war on drugs, yeah. Right? So you don't bomb insurgency away. You won't. Right? You kill somebody's family members, they join whatever rebellion group exists. Right? That's just how it works. So Asmons' idea is not far off from the State Department's idea 25 years ago, which is why I feel like he's like an unserious commentator, right? If we're talking about 2002, 2003, right? This is what people believe. They believe that like, oh yeah, we just go and we kill them, you know? We're America, gosh darn it. We have a lot of money. We go in, we kill them, we win. Terror is dead, you know? America is alive. We're chilling. But like, did we eradicate ISIS? Al-Qaeda? We've been bombing like the Houthis, as Joe Biden said. Did it work to stop the blockades? His own words, no. No, it did not. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Right? And like as honestly, like soy jacking at like fighter jets taking off from like aircraft carriers. Be like, oh, they're cooked. They're cooked. It's again, it's baby brain mentality. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. We're watching the U.S. carpet bomb Afghanistan was a small trial 20 years ago, and even back then I was thinking, how's this helping? Yeah, didn't work in Vietnam. I mean, we put boots on the ground in Vietnam. Like we had soldiers fighting in Vietnam, not even just like modern warfare, which is just like drop bomb from plane, hope don't kill civilians. We had people there, like there, battalions upon battalions of people. Right? And we lost. We got demolished. Right? And even then, fighting with Vietnam is one thing, right? You're going to war with insurgency in one company, but it's still a country, right? Here you're fighting the concept of terrorist. And that's the problem. Terrorist needs to be a nebulous concept that the U.S. can apply to whoever it designs or dictates as its enemies, right? But like, it needs to be a nebulous concept, one, but also it needs to be strict enough to have a definition so you can just use it on other people, right? But if you call everybody a terrorist, you're gonna kill everybody. You're gonna just everybody, and it doesn't work. Because again, you kill somebody, their kids join the rebellion. Like this is how it works. They join a rebel movement. They become radicalized. You kill somebody's family. This is what happens. You can't just bomb ideology, like one out of people, if it is ideology. And number two, when people are motivated by reasonable anger that you've murdered their entire family, when you kill that person, then other people are going to be reasonably angry. It doesn't work. And just his takes on like Mahmoud Khalil and like the deportations happening, which there's actually a Pirates Off video. There's a Legal Eagle video about that specifically, like which we'll watch. It's just like, come on.
A legal permanent resident because of First Amendment protected speech and protesting. I guess we've now reached the chapter of the authoritarian playbook that involves disappearing political dissidents. The Trump administration, seemingly annoyed by protests against Israel that spread across campuses since October 7th, has loudly threatened to crack down on the universities and their students, even to the point of deporting people on student visas who engage in acts of protest. And protesting, need I remind you, is one of the most protected forms of speech under the First Amendment. And yet this week, the Trump administration seemingly made good on that threat when ICE arrested Palestinian activist and former Columbia grad student Mahmoud Khalil and declared that his student visa was being revoked. But the administration failed to notice or didn't care that Mr. Khalil holds a green card. Yes, that's right. He's actually a legal permanent resident. No matter though, they arrested him anyway and then sent him on a seemingly wild voyage to potentially a legal jurisdiction that will be more friendly to the administration's deportation goals. The administration refused to explain why Mr. Khalil was being held, and for 5 days denied Mr. Khalil his right to talk with his attorney. This turn of events has sparked protests and rang every alarm bell that there is for students, free speech advocates, and everyone who cares about basic civil liberties. And at the time that we're filming this video, Mr. Khalil is still in custody in Louisiana pending deportation. So the question on everyone's mind—
what did Lee just say? Also, I only saw this from Hassan's chat. People said that Legia got mad that people were saying that she was a liberal. Is that true? I don't know.
Mine is, can the government really just revoke permanent residency and deport someone for First Amendment protected speech? Now, the situation is fluid. We don't know all the facts, but here's what we know.
The conflict was a failure because it was made clear that we were there to back up the South Vietnamese, but our cousin never really understood his effort. We had to unask the place. Yeah, it doesn't work to like removing or eliminating, dissent. Like flexing military might feels good, right? Like as America, you're like, yeah, look at all this money we have. But like removing or stopping dissent, especially in other countries, it's a fool's errand.
According to his court filings, on the evening of March 8th, Mahmoud Khalil arrived at his apartment building with his pregnant wife. As they entered the Columbia University-owned student housing building, they were approached by 4 plainclothes officers who asked Mr. Khalil to confirm his identity. When he did so, they identified themselves as being with the Department of Homeland Security and said they were there to take him into custody. They also threatened to arrest his 8 months pregnant wife if she continued to remain at the scene. Mr. Khalil was able to make a call to his attorney, Amy Greer, who asked one of the ICE agents if they had a warrant. The agent claimed they did and informed Ms. Greer that the U.S. Department of State was revoking Mr. Khalil's student visa. Ms. Greer pointed out that Mr. Khalil isn't on a student visa. He's a lawful—
Assuming into one of her newer videos, she was mad people were calling her a lib. Wait, really? Okay, now I'm kind of curious. Oh, she's watching this video? I am relatively curious. Which one was it, chat? Which one? At the end of the Dems Won't Stop Emailing Me, Legion went off on Hassan for saying she was Elizabeth Warren liberal and proceeded to have one of the extremely lib takes on every video since that one. Wait, really?
In the 10 days,
I'll just say, I clocked it. I'll say it. When was the last time you watched one of her videos? I don't remember what the video was. It was a few months ago, but I clocked it. Why is half nude sweaty ass on your For You page? I don't know, okay? I have no clue. I have no idea.
10 days.
Clocked that she was a lib? Yes, I did clock that she was a lib. What is the She charges money to build community and coalition. How can anyone miss it? What do you mean? She charges money to build community and coalition. What did she say? What's the timestamp, chat? You know what? Somebody can find me the timestamp, okay? Find me the timestamp and I'll look at it. We'll get back to this until then.
Full permanent resident with a green card. Mr. Khalil's wife provided the paperwork to confirm it, and the ICE agent seemed confused. They checked in with someone on the phone, then replied that the Department of State was—
Yeah, thank you. Carmen Casey to defend me. Thank you.
and the ICE agents seemed confused. They checked in with someone on the phone, then replied that the Department of State was revoking Mr. Khalil's green card too. ICE informed Ms. Greer that they would be detaining Mr. Khalil in Manhattan. When Mr. Khalil's wife asked the ICE agents for their names, contact information, and how to reach them, they refused to reply. They would not even provide the grounds for Mr. Khalil's detention.
Well, 22 minutes, okay.
ills facing America. We are in a global political moment wherein resources feel scarce and fear of outsiders is growing. That's true no matter where you go, it seems. And capitalism is, of course, to blame for a lot of this. It has beget a lot of the inequality that's making people feel so desperate, not to mention the burgeoning climate crisis. But if you've watched me for any amount of time, you may notice that I'm also not one to call for the proletariat uprising that armchair socialists who read Marx once and like to call me a lib derogatorily think is the solution to all our problems either. Hassan Piker recently described me as an Elizabeth Warren Democrat, as in like still a simp for the Democratic Party and definitely not like a real leftist, but not a total DNC shill. Which, like, first of all, I just want to point out the sexism, that it's always men in my comments section, or Hassan himself, I guess, who I don't have a problem with and tend to agree with and appreciate that he gives airtime to my shit. I'm not starting beef, who consider me to be not leftist enough because, well, I'm not really sure, because I don't have a poster of Che Guevara in the background of my videos, because I don't perform my leftism in the correct way.
I mean, I think it's partially due to like the defense ran for the Democratic Party. I think that's part of it. Right? I mean, she's not incorrect to point out that there is a contingent of like sexism and anti-blackness in certain instances as well. So that dictates what the you know, how the way that, you know, leftist men operate behind like calling people liberals, right? But she's a liberal. I just do this though. Yes, but like she is liberal though. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand where like you would also acknowledge that like you're not like a, you know, the proletariat should take arms up against the U.S. government or whatever. You don't believe in like either class revolution or you believe in like the electoral politics system and the Democratic Party can change and grow, and then get mad when people say or claim you're not as left as you think, you know? Was missing from our commentary to make her a progressive and not a lib. I mean, progressives are also still liberal, you know? Like, and that's what you're asking. Like, what's making her not a progressive but instead a liberal? Like, progressives are liberal. You know what I mean? Did you ever have a fish tank? No. Stockton's are libs? Yeah. Like, again, there's nothing inherently wrong with like being a liberal or understanding or acknowledging a growth in like your political journey.
Revolution, you're the
right?
definition of a classical liberal. Progressivism is a liberal, centrist political ideology.
Yeah, this is correct. Progressivism is a liberal ideology. It that's what it is, right? Like, actual like people who call themselves liberals are like, you know, center right. Because putting aside the whole leftist debate, the fact that I don't know the term, I'm open to being communist as something most leftists don't do. I think that comes from like not miseducation, but like being just unaware, not wanting to put a term on that they don't fully understand. Marie the Houthis, how else can the attacks on international ships be stopped other than fight back against them? Don't do a genocide. I definitely read about Zach not being serious. He's only a part-time political commentator as opposed to a full-time Hassan. Zach covers so much broader content, not as informed as Hassan, and jokes around a lot more. Yeah, like, my take is, how do you stop the Houthis? You don't, you know, give Israel the means in which to do genocide. Like, the Houthis attacks on international ships did stop for the amount of time that Israel abided by the ceasefire agreement, right? And once they were violating the ceasefire agreement, which they did consistently, but once they like legitimately like threw it out, then the ships began to be attacked again, right? Which we can argue about the validity of like, you know, stopping international shipping and how productive that is, whether or not that is considered terrorism or not terrorism, right? But the truth is that the root cause of that is Israel violating the ceasefire, and that the Houthis are retaliating against Israel's violation on the behalf of the Palestinian people. You know what I mean? And I feel like you can not like the Houthis' attacks on the ships, you know? You say it's unproductive and you shouldn't stop international trade, and that's a bad thing. You can have that take. I can disagree with it, but you can have that take, right? But you can't have that take and then not talk about the root issue, which is Israel's like genocide. And like that they are the people who are causing for this, you know, entire situation to happen in the first place. As Yemen's waters, they have the right to stop people coming through. I can understand not liking that. You know what I mean? Like you can not like that. That's the case. I think that's fair, right? That like you can like I want international trade to continue, right? You can have that take if you want to have that take, right? But you have to at least acknowledge that like this is only occurring as a retaliatory effect of Israel's continued effort to cleanse the Palestinians in Gaza. Blockade lifted when the ceasefire was enacted, and then restarted the blockade because Israel violated the ceasefire. It's very simple. Yeah, that's it. Right? And saying, oh, hey, Houthis, now you need to like stop the blockade again. How dare you do the blockade? Right? It's a very clearly showing that like you want Israel to just be able to ethnically cleanse people. Right? You want them to do ethnic cleansing without any repercussions. If Israel abided by the ceasefire agreement, right, and did what they signed on to do, the blockade would not have continued and it wouldn't be any problems, right? But when the blockade continues, if you're not focusing on Israel's violation of the ceasefire instead focusing on the ships being stopped again, then like that's what you care about. You care more about international trade than you do about the Palestinian people. You know? I care more about the Palestinian people than I do about like international trade or whatever, right? But even if you want to care about one, you have to talk about the entire situation that led to it being here in the first place, or else it's dishonest, right? And I don't know if Asmons just doesn't know, or he's unaware, or he knows he doesn't care. If that's the case, and that this is only occurring because Israel violated the ceasefire, right? But that's my take. But also, you're not going to bomb them into submission. It's not happening. That's also my take. Actually, not even that. It's just you care more about international trade delays over children being killed. I mean, yeah. Your position on the Houthis is neutral or somewhat positive. I mean, I'm not in Yemen. I don't have to live, you know, congruent with the Houthis, right? My position is purely one that is based in historical analysis. I think children being bombed and murdered with the American weaponry is bad, and that we should have stopped giving Israel weapons over a year ago when they were very clearly bombing and murdering Palestinian civilians, men, women, and children, right? And if the governing body of Yemen wants to, you know, utilize their control over the waters that they occupy in the neighboring, you know, in the neighboring waters, what am I going to do to stop them? You know what I mean? I know bombing them is not going to solve the problem, right? I know asking them nicely is also not going to solve the problem. What will solve the problem, like the Houthis or not, is going to be pressuring Israel to stop committing a genocide, because they stopped the blockade when the ceasefire was enacted, and they continued it when it was violated. That's my take. Went from letting Saudis bomb them to doing it ourselves.
I don't know.
And even by, again, Joe Biden's own admission, it didn't work. It didn't work.
Well, when you say working, are they stopping the Houthis? No. Are they going to continue? Yes.
He said, when asked, are the bombings working, he said, are they stopping the Houthis? No. Are they going to continue? Yes. National trade is not committing a genocide. The Houthis want to strike back against Israel, attack Israel, not harmless sailors on international ships. I mean, that's not necessarily true, right? Because they're not attacking just third-party, unaffiliated ships. Like, they're not attacking, like, American ships going into, like, you know, going to or from, like, India or to China. I don't know what's the other ship. The Galaxy ship is going from somewhere to India, I think, right? They very clearly said they're attacking ships that are owned by Israelis, owned by Israeli companies, or going to Israel, right? But they are for good reason. I mean, I think the point that people being mad at it is kind of like them it's doing what they want, right? Because yeah, I mean, if you're correct in attacking, like, you know, third-party ships, and I'll hold my, I was incorrect on that. But the point that is that people are mad and be like, hey, I want trade to occur. At this point, I'm just like redescribing what Hassan was saying, just in a less succinct way. But like, if people are mad and saying, I want trade to continue, let these ships be, the focus should be on the main party that caused the ships to be attacked in the first place, and that it's Israel who is violating the ceasefire for no reason. So if you're mad at it, that's where your focus should be. And if you're more mad at the Houthis instead of at Israel, who have been for over a year and a half committing a genocide, and who violated the ceasefire to provoke the Houthis into blockading ships again, then, you know, then we're talking about priorities at this point. I wouldn't say that they're justified with American ships on virtue of Americans funding the genocide. Those international trade benefits Israel and the parties backing their genocide, which is why before this phase of the blockades beginning, I haven't done research into what ships they were. But before that, they were targeting specifically ships that have ties to Israel, and that's what the point of it was. You know.
But Elizabeth Warren is even seen as too radical within the Democratic Party, so I guess I'll take it. Because as I've already said, there are more progressive voices within the Democratic Party, as well as Bernie Sanders, who's an independent, that are not being propped up by the DNC or taken seriously in any way, despite the fact that they're presenting messaging that could very well unite people who have otherwise abandoned the Democratic Party for being too stiff and corporate. The New York Times recently ran an article titled "Chris Murphy Emerges as a Clear Voice for Democrats Countering Trump." And I think it makes some good points. Chris Murphy is a senator from Connecticut who has spent most of his career working on gun control laws because the Sandy Hook shooting happened a couple weeks after he was elected to the Senate. But since the election, he's been one of few institutional Democratic voices.
In various countries, exactly what the Houthis are doing. Check out the ships being attacked before you claim that they are affiliated with Israel. But the ships that were being, again, I'm very clear and upfront that I am not aware of what ships were attacked specifically within the newest phase of the blockade. But historically, for the past 7-8 months, before the blockade was ineffective from the ceasefire in the first place, they were Israeli affiliated ships. Like they were ships that had ties to Israel. Ships that were we watched a video that was very laying this out earlier in this stream, right? They were Israeli owned, right? Again, good or not, right? Positive or not, they were like or had ties to Israel. You know? That is for a number of those ships in the first place, right? But regardless, again, I don't want to get too far into like arguing whether or not these ships are Israeli or not Israeli, or going to Israel or not going to Israel for whatever reason, because again, the point is, and the focus should be on the genocide being committed. You will never get me to care about like ships being like embargoed or a blockade when a genocide is being committed with American weaponry. I am not the Houthis. I am not in Yemen. Like, I live in America and my tax dollars are going to Israel to commit a genocide. And that is always going to be what my focus is going to be, regardless. And so talking about the Houthis is a clear misdirection or deflection from America's role in the genocide and Israel committing the genocide. Given the Master's charter explicitly called for destruction of Israel, do you think there will be they would ever truly stop attacking Israel, even if Israel completely withdrew and allowed Palestine to exist as an independent state. I'm all for Palestinians having a peaceful existence and personally question Hamas's goals. You understand that Israel currently, the way that currently, the existence of Israel, right, specifically was founded on and within Palestinian land, right? I think that's the first miscongruence between your mindset and my mindset, right? You speak as though like Hamas is attacking Israel, not Israel has been the primary aggressor for the Palestinians in their existence for the last 76 years. Right? And if you want an in-depth history, you want an in-depth history of like the establishment of Israel, how that has been done off the backs of the removal of the Palestinian people, then you can look that up. Yeah, you can find better sources than I to give you that information. Right? So as advocacy for peace, generally does Israel relinquish the land back to Palestine? Israel needs to, well, first of all, there's multiple issues here. There's a number of different fronts. There is the annexation of the West Bank. There's a genocide in Gaza, and there is a apartheid in Israel, right? There are 3 different crimes against humanity separately that Israel is committing in 3 separate regions of Palestine, right? They have an apartheid system within Israel proper that has a 2-tiered system for people who are not Jewish, right? Who they view as lesser in Israel, right? And then in the West Bank, there is a military occupation where you see, and settlements currently existing where settlers are brought in from other nations to occupy land and houses and space that Palestinians once occupied. And then you have a genocide currently existing in Gaza. You know what I mean? And so you have to address all 3 of those, right? Not addressing any, like, or one of those things is not peace. It's not peace for the Palestinians, right? And so, one, you have to address the genocide in Gaza. This is the more recent and wider known phase of Palestinian occupation and oppression, where it's just like Israel is currently ethnically cleansing Gaza. You have to stop giving them weapons so they can stop bombing Gaza. You have to allow, Palestinians to exist in the space and not try to push them out. Number 1. Number 2, you have to remove the settlements and the 2-tier system that is in the West Bank as well. And also, the state of Israel needs to stop being a ethno-supremacist state where if you're not specifically Jewish, you don't have the same rights to like walk down the same streets or enter certain areas or go to certain bars or live a certain life in Israel, right? And so that all needs to be addressed. And that can only be addressed, right, once you have people who are Jewish or not Jewish, right, having the same rights in the region, just in general, right? And so when people say there needs to be an abolition of the state of Israel, what they're saying is that the state of Israel as it currently exists as an ethno-supremacist nation needs to be eradicated, right? Not that the Jews need to go somewhere else or that there needs to be another Holocaust. Is that the current state that exists that is oppressing the Palestinian people and having the apartheid needs to be eradicated, and there needs to be a new system that exists that gives everybody in the region equal rights to vote, right to serve in public office, rights to go wherever and do whatever they need to do, right, in that region, free of oppression. That's what people talk about when they say that there needs to be no state of Israel, because that's what the state of Israel currently is, right? Again, Hassan has explained this in a better way than I have explained it before. And you can find Hassan's coverage on this specifically. But that's what people are talking about, right? Anything less than that is not addressing all the issues. You can address the genocide in Gaza, and you can address the military annexation of the West Bank. But like, if you don't address the apartheid system in Israel proper, there's still oppression of Palestinians, and that's not peace. It's not. This is the stream. Are you a Marxist? I do not personally identify as a Marxist. Marx is cool though. His early writings suck. He's chill. The South African apartheid government was more or less destroyed in the 90s, if that helps you. Yes. He's Becky is true. You seem adjacent to that foolishness. Some would say. Some would say.
That has had clear messaging, and he's figured out what I've been screaming for, I don't know, years at this point on this channel, which is that focusing on getting money out of politics is a strategy that has the potential to unite a lot of people, including working class people who will
I also do not identify as an anarchist now. I more closely align with the term Marxist than I do anarchist personally. No offense to my anarchist people. Shout out y'all. Y'all are chill. We're on the same side here. Please don't attack me. But your point is that the Houthis are attacking ships to strike back against Israel when they are not doing that by attacking ships of uninvolved countries. I think you're incorrect. They are, right? If it makes you mad, then it's doing its job. You feel me? It's the same thing concept about like rioters and looters in like the US or in BLM, right? People be like, oh, well, like that target has nothing to do with you know, police brutality. So like they're innocent in this. Leave them alone. The point is that it's education. It gets you to talk about and identify with the issue. And if it disrupts trade, right, then maybe people will start caring about like what's going on in Gaza. That's the entire point. Or just trying out the whole world into backing their cause when countries all over are just trying to conduct trade. Yeah, but the point is that if you're trying to conduct trade when a genocide is going on, your priorities are misaligned. That's the issue, right? If the entire world is going off totally normal and totally fine, and everything's going hunky-dory while Palestinians are being genocided, then that's an issue to the Houthis. They're like, okay, we're going to disrupt this to make you care about what we care about. That's the entire point, right? Like, I won't look at people who are conducting a sit-in at a you know, or like freaking like, I don't know, any number of things, right? To be like, oh, well, you should be doing this because it's more effective or whatever. The point is, it gets you to care. It gets you to identify with the issues that they care about. You know what I mean? Ow. Or like, yeah, blocking roads is actually a better example. That's what I was thinking of. Like people who are blocking roads or highways, right? Like people view that as like not being useful. But if it gets people angry and upset, the idea is you block the roads so that people who are stuck in the roads see the roads are blocked. And they're like, why are the roads blocked? Right? And you tell them, we're going to keep blocking the roads until, you know, Columbia University divests from Israel. Right? They're going to be mad at you at first. Of course they are. That's natural. They're going to be like, I hate these people blocking the roads. But you keep blocking the roads, and they keep blocking the roads, and then keep blocking the roads. Eventually, they're going to be like, okay, they're going to keep blocking the roads. Just give them what they want. Why are you not giving them what they want so I can freaking go to work? But that's the point. You make the individual people so upset and angry, partially at you, right? But when you realize that you're not going to stop what you're doing until somebody else stops, then their attention turns to that person. And now they've like pseudo joined your cause, right? Make the issues at hand a problem for the people who can choose to ignore the struggles of other people. Exactly. Exactly. And that's what the ship blockades are supposed to be doing, right? And so everybody wants the ship blockades to end so that everybody just, you know, closes their eyes again to the genocide and they move on about their day, right? But that is antithetical to what like the Houthis want to happen in the first place, because they want to refocus energy onto Israel. And so making people's lives inconvenient the goal for that is to then make you care about the situation in the first place. Right? Houthis are doing a blockade to pressure Israel to follow the ceasefire that has been agreed upon by all parties. Israel is not allowing humanitarian aid into Gaza. Yeah. That's literally what all aspects of a strike do. Yes, it is. This is like the basis of like work stoppage, strikes, protests, just in general. When the prices go up, you don't get mad at the countries not wanting to trade eggs. You get mad at your own government. True. And even despite all this, regardless, it doesn't even matter because bombing the Houthis is not gonna solve the problem. You're not gonna bomb the Houthis to like stop getting them to blockade ships. Current thoughts on Sean O'Brien? He's a union leader. You know, I think anybody who organizes and works in a union is positive, even if his policies are not great. Right? Unlike other people, I see his point of talking with Trump and meeting with Trump. I don't think he should have spoken at the RNC. I think that's a dumb decision. But like, I understand why a union leader would meet with and interact with a potential current or a future administration. That makes sense to me. I think a lot of people got very mad at him for like doing what I think he should be doing as a union leader. But like, don't speak at the RNC. That's stupid. It's dumb. Hog adjacent but tentative support for all labor leaders, regardless of their faults. Yeah, contracts were historic. Yeah, he's a very good leader. Matters as he provides for his members. Yeah, and don't glaze Josh Hawley. True. RNC, my gut reaction of negative feeling, but I don't feel as bad about it as before. Yeah, I understand why you would react to or I'd say cozy up to, but like engage with Trump. I don't necessarily agree with just speaking at the RNC because it doesn't do anything except for like endorse the stuff. Like if you speak at the RNC, it's somebody saying trans people should die, somebody saying we need to genocide Palestinians, and you're there. Like you implicitly co-sign what comes around you. Right? I don't think you should have done that. But again, I get why you would meet with Trump. Right? And why you would engage with Trump. It's also worth mentioning that there is no active resistance the Palestinians themselves can engage in compared to the response to Israel massacring the March of Return peaceful protesters, to the response to incredibly violent protests where the government didn't kill anyone. True. But that goes into deeper about like, you know, efficacy of like, yeah, protests and who can actually protest and who gets your support, you know? But like, that's a different conversation. This is a good leisure video. We didn't watch it. We just saw the part where like she talked about Hassan calling her a liberal. So that was pretty funny. But yeah, we didn't finish this video, but I am getting tired. I did spend a lot of time singing as Becky though, so maybe I shouldn't do that next time. Over here, why isn't there the same outrage as Israel obliterating international journalists, aid workers, etc. that we got for some ships? Well, to be fair, it is not we. I am not the Houthis. I just want to point that out there. But State Department, if you align with Western powers and State Department, you're gonna support it. You're gonna be against the Houthis and pro-Israel for the most part. Even unintentionally. Even if you think you're anti-Israel, you're going to align more with Israel than you are going to with like Hamas. Because I can just only piss off the countries all over the world because you're right, the great majority of people across the world aren't focused on Palestine. Trying to force them to do so will only alienate them. I think you're incorrect. I think you're wrong. Just like foundationally, I don't think that's true. MLK was successful because he constantly stressed nonviolence. I also think that's incorrect. That's not why MLK was successful. MLK was not successful for a lot of his life. Right? I think that comes to the understanding of like the way that protests exist. And I'll finish the message as well. MLK was successful because he was constantly stressed nonviolence, so they welcomed U.S. counterattacks on the Houthis. You know, MLK was only successful in hindsight. At the time of his death, MLK had like a, what was it, chat? It was like an 85, 90% disapproval rating. Like it didn't even matter that he was nonviolent because they still portrayed him as such. They portrayed him as a violent radical who wanted to tear down America and get rid of everything that America's loved. Like, and again, even at the time of his death, he wasn't successful. There was no like huge movement for civil rights, right? There is an argument, and there are scholars who have done this as well. There's an argument that, you know, Malcolm X, or the violent wing of the civil rights movement, was just as, if not more impactful than MLK, right? Because it, especially at the time, tailored MLK's beliefs, right? You need somebody to be the actual extreme. So it's like good cop, bad cop, right? You needed the bad cop of Malcolm X to get the good cop of MLK. You have to show people the alternative. Be like, hey, these people are violent. They're very violent, right? And so you should want to deal with me because I am nonviolent if you don't want to deal with them, right? And so it's necessary to have the violence, right? To show people that, you know, if you don't want that, you can have me instead, right? It happened with the ANC in South Africa, happened in the civil rights movement, it happened, you know, and it's happening now. Diversity of tactics is important. Yeah, but Martin Luther King had a 75% disapproval rating at the time of his death. $45, 26K. You're so close. Thank you, chatter. We're almost there. We'll get there eventually. But yeah. Jeez Louise. Like his favorability had shifted radically from the time of his death, which was like 1968. But like before his death, you know, it was, you know, relatively unfavorable. And in 1966, it was very unfavorable, 63% unfavorability to 33% favorability, right? People did not like him. People were not fans of MLK at the time of his death. Yeah, right? And so, as I said, with like pretty much every part of protest, right, is in the moment, there's going to be pushback. And yes, the Houthis are making everybody in the national community hate them. But that's the point. The point is that, you know, kind of like all press is good press, kind of like that mentality. If you're talking about the Houthis, you're talking about Palestine, right? If you're yelling about how bad the Houthis are, you're talking about Palestine. You're continuing to have the conversation. So if the alternative is that the Houthis are the villain, but you're talking about Palestine, or nobody cares about Palestine anyway, you know what I mean? Then, like, of course they're going to choose to continue the blockade, right? Because at least people are talking about Palestine. They'd rather be hated and helped in the genocide. Yeah, exactly. Everyone hates the government until somebody does a 9/11, then they act like they're all part of the government. I don't know if I understand that message. U.S. cannot bomb Yemen into submission, but the U.S. government has the power to make Israel lift the aid blockade. The only course of action we can advocate for that will actually help. True. You can't ask people with little or no power to be nonviolent because it produces nothing. Ask the power holders to do nonviolence. It was the British government murdering nonviolent protesters in India, not the other way around. Britain. Murdering nonviolent actors since forever. Yeah. But I think he had far more of an impact on moderates in convincing them to reject the in his favor. That 25% that didn't look on him favorably carried his vision and ideas forward. In my opinion, I think violent rhetoric alienates people more than anything. You're incorrect. You're just objectively wrong. Like you are. Like his history has shown you to be incorrect. Like apply this to like, instead of a conflict with marginalized people, to like, I don't know, the Revolutionary War or the Civil War. Or the Haitian Revolution. You think violence in those instances are bad? Like, violence is, you know what? You can have that take. You can have the violence is bad take. Violence is inevitable. It is an inevitability. Even if you hate violence, you have to understand that it is inevitable. It will exist. Regardless of what you think about it, regardless of what I think about it, it will exist. Anytime oppression exists, violence will follow. Right? Not even talking about the fact that oppression is violence. I was there in the army when MLK was killed. I saw the name. TV coverage of the vicious attacks on the blacks at club building Southern cops equals thugs holding leashes, attacked on stabbing in the faces of children and armed protesters, turning Americans against the suppression and violence of segregation. That's really what happened, John. Again, I was there living in Florida. As far as I could tell, being and watching how things changed. You cannot like legitimately believe that like the again, this is what the polling shows, right? You may have seen that in Florida, but the polling shows is that Americans, right, did not identify with like the black struggle or even like the non-violent black struggle at this time. They did not. And again, despite all of that, violence will exist, right? And I don't have an expectation of like my great-grandparents, right, to sit down and take it until the altruistic white people they were around decide to give them rights. You know what I mean? And it's the same way that I don't believe in apartheid South Africa, that the black people had to wait until the altruistic white people were like, okay, we're done doing apartheid now. Let's be cool. Let's be good. We're no longer bad anymore. Like, I'm not going to focus on the violent acts of the oppressed when the violence of the oppressor goes unchecked. I think two conflicting political ideas clash and nations fight battles and wars. I agree it is what it is, but anytime these parties have been involved in violence against innocent population, the majority have felt negatively about that. Okay, now we're talking about the innocent population fighting back. And again, I don't care, actually. I take it back. I don't care how bad or good people feel about it. That's my take. I don't care if every single white person in America in the civil rights movement hated MLK or Malcolm X. Don't care. Do not care in the slightest. I am not going to focus myself on like how bad Malcolm X is and what violence he committed. Right? John, violence is inevitable, which is why the US is attacking the Houthis. But it doesn't work. That's my point. It doesn't work. By the admission of the US government, attacking the Houthis does not work and it will not work. Maybe it gets the US's rocks off, maybe it makes everybody all happy and smile inside. It's not going to end the blockade. It won't. That's my point. That's the point with this entire conversation. It's how it started, right? We can soy jack and say how cool our fighter jets are and how much money we pump into the military industrial complex, but it's not ending the blockade. You're not going to bomb the Houthis out of existence. What violence did Malcolm commit? Malcolm was very clearly aligned with a violent struggle. He advocated for violent emancipatory struggle. He did. I'm not going to explain to you how this was the case. You can Google it. Defense still includes violence. You assume that I see violence as a bad thing. Like, what are we talking about here? Violence is a politically neutral term to describe, you know, a certain kind of action.
Are the airstrikes in Yemen working? Well, when you say working, are they stopping the Houthis? No. Are they going to continue? Yes.
This is Joe Biden. He said this probably almost a year ago, or over a year ago. When asked, are the airstrikes in Yemen working? And he says, if you mean by working, you mean stopping the Houthis? No. Are we going to continue? Yes. And the blockade continued until the ceasefire deal was signed. We're sitting here acting like there's nothing we can do except for attacking the Houthis, right? The Houthis stopped. There was no blockade when the ceasefire was being followed by Israel. Israel deciding to violate the ceasefire and again, commit a genocide, ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, murdering civilians and their own hostages. By the way, we're kind of just skipping over that. We're so focused on what the Houthis are doing, whether or not that's justified. They're not talking about the fact that Israel has violated the ceasefire agreement, which I feel like should be our chief concern if you care about the innocent lives of anybody at all. Because if you care more about the international like trade than you do about innocent lives, I'm not having a conversation with you. We're not having that conversation. You know what I mean? You have different priorities, and I'll be over here, you could be over there, right? But if we identify and establish that innocent lives take precedent over like dollar bills, you feel me? Whether or not you can get your I don't know, bananas on time, then like we're not having that conversation. I was assuming that I didn't correlate a speech about defense or freedoms by any means was an act that he committed. That's all I'm asking. Like maybe I would miss a violent act that Malcolm's committed. I said Malcolm X was identified with. Also, I'm not snitching on Malcolm X. All right, you're not getting me to snitch on Malcolm X. That's my man. You a Fed? You a Fed? Trying to get me to snitch on Malcolm X? It's not happening. Yeah, Malcolm X did no crimes. He did no violence. You're right. He advocated for peaceful protests. So that's what he did. He's letting Ojo as an authority when he showed the whole world how incompetent he was in debate with scumball Trump. Well, he's the president. He's the president. He, at the moment where this was happening, had the power to do the bombs. So a little bit, yeah. No matter how like senile he was the president. He's the person who was overseeing the entire military government, like the entire government and the military industrial complex. You know what I mean? That's his entire thing, commander in chief. So you kind of gotta take what he's saying at face value. Then when the general populace asks who led the civil rights movement and the cornerstone of the movement, they bring up MLK and his stances. And look, it's too shocking to see that 75% of disapproval rating is a gun counter. But I think during that period, there was a deep-rooted positive sentiment for MLK than Malcolm X. No shade to Malcolm, by the way. You're wrong. You're objectively incorrect, chatter. Like, I don't know how else to explain this to you. You are incorrect. MLK is brought up as the cornerstone of the civil rights movement as a way to whitewash his legacy directly, right? Because the powers that be don't want you to believe that violence has any effect on you. That's it. That's the reason why they show MLK. His legacy is directly whitewashed. Again, I've spoken about this and I've done extensive research on this. I'm not talking on my ass here. You can see the video that I made about this, about how MLK's legacy was whitewashed.
And it was painful to me to reckon with this fact that all of that.
Whew, ready.
Looting is not protesting. Setting fires is not protesting. None of this is protesting. It's lawlessness, plain and simple. And those who do it should be prosecuted. Violence will not bring change. It'll only bring destruction. It's wrong in every way. It divides instead of unites. Destroys businesses, only hurts the working families that serve the community. It makes things worse across the board, not better. No, it's not what Dr. King or John Lewis taught. I want to make it absolutely clear. Rioting is not protesting. Looting is not protesting. It's lawlessness, plain and simple. And those who do it
He's saying why Americans hate violent protests so much. If the Second Amendment and guns, why are they submissive to dislike the government, like they pretend like they're tough? They don't hate violent protests or standing up to the government. Like we had January 6th fighters who like stormed the Capitol. You know, they're fine. Same people who are saying like, BLM is bad, right? It's not the mechanism of the protest. It's what they're protesting for. That's it. They just don't like the things that people are protesting for. They don't like Black Lives Matter. The same way that they didn't like civil rights in the past, right? That's it. It's not what the act is, it's what the ideology behind it is. Yeah, they got mad at people kneeling at football games.
prosecuted. Fires are burning
Also,
and we have a
because they're cucks. That's it.
president who fans the flames. He can't stop the violence because for years he's fomented it. But his failure to call on his own supporters to stop acting as an armed militia in this country shows how weak he is. Violence will not bring change. It'll only bring destruction.
All too often do Democrats conflate the justifiable anger of those protesting unjust state-sanctioned murder with the hate-filled violence of conservative demonstrations. In this clip, he does the classic tactic of name-dropping Martin Luther King, claiming that it's not what he taught and violence doesn't cause change. Both statements which are categorically false. For liberals and conservatives, it's very easy to champion Martin for his belief that nonviolence is more effective than violent protests. However, where they fall short is the belief that Martin wouldn't have wanted violent protests. This belief stems from a misunderstanding or purposeful ignorance of Martin Luther King's words. King spoke about riots. He spoke about looters on multiple occasions. One of the most popular quotes started as "Violence is the language of the unheard."
I think America must see that riots do not develop out of thin air. Certain conditions continue to exist in our society, which must be condemned as vigorously as we condemn riots. But in the final analysis, a riot is the language of the unheard. What is it that America has failed to hear? It has failed to hear that the plight of the Negro poor has worsened over the last few years. It has failed to hear that the promises of freedom and justice have not been met. And it has failed to hear that large segments of white society are more concerned about tranquility and the status quo than about justice, equality, and humanity. And so in a real sense, our nation's summers of riots are caused by our nation's winters of delay. And as long as America postpones justice, we stand in the position of having these recurrences of violence and riots over and over again. Social justice and progress are the absolute guarantors of riot prevention.
Large segments of white society are more concerned about tranquility and the status quo than about justice, equality, and humanity. Here we clearly see Martin not condemning riots. We see him condemn people who condemn riots harder than they condemn the drivers behind them, the structural violence enacted on black communities. Now I can already hear you fingers typing. I hear it. But what about this clip? What about that clip?
I will never change in my basic idea that nonviolence is the most potent weapon available to the Negro in his struggle for freedom and justice. I think for the Negro to turn to violence would be both impractical and immoral.
There is an increasingly vocal minority who disagreed totally with your tactics, Dr. King.
There's no doubt about that. I will agree that there is a group in the Negro community advocating violence now. I happen to feel that this group represents a numerical minority. Surveys have revealed this. The vast majority of Negroes still feel that the best way to deal with the dilemma that we face in this country is through nonviolent resistance. And I don't think this vocal group will be able to make a real dent in the Negro community in terms of swaying 22 million Negroes to this particular point of view. And I contend that the cry of black power is at bottom a reaction to the reluctance of white power to make the kind of changes necessary to make justice a reality for the Negro. I think we've got to see that a riot is the language of the unheard. And what is it that America has failed to hear? It has failed to hear that the economic plight of the Negro poor has worsened over the last few years.
How many summers like this one do you imagine that we can expect?
Well, I would say this: we don't have long. The mood of the Negro community now is one of urgency, one of saying that we aren't going to wait, that we've got to have our freedom. We've waited too long. So that I would say that every summer we are going to have this kind of vigorous protest. My hope is that it will be nonviolent. I would hope that we can avoid riots because riots are self-defeating and socially destructive. I would hope that we can avoid riots, but that we will be as militant and as determined next summer and through the winter.
And that's true. He did say this. Conservative media loves to shuffle this clip in front of any conversation surrounding MLK and riots. But look at the date. Martin had come to realize that riots, even if he believed them to be wrong, were an inevitability, with the lack of social change that had occurred. In a speech to the American Psychology Association in September of 1967, King had this to say. Buckle up because it is a long quote. Urban riots must be recognized as durable societal phenomena. It is a long quote, and I won't sit you to find this entire quote. It's like freaking 4 or 5 minutes long, bro. Essentially, the point here that he makes is that, or that I'm making here, is essentially that here, while still being nonviolent and still being committed to nonviolence, he acknowledges the fact that violence itself is a reaction, right? Is a reaction to that system of oppression itself, right? It's a distorted form of social protest, right? The looting, which is a principal feature of many, right? It enables the most enraged and depraved Negro to take a hold of consumer goods that with the ease the white man does with his purse. So often the Negro does not even want what it takes, he wants the experience of taking, but most of all, it alienates from society in knowing that this society cherishes property above all. He is shocking it by abusing property rights. There is thus an elements of emotional catharsis in the violent act. This may explain why most cities in which riots have occurred do not have repressition, even though the causative condition remains. It's also noteworthy that the amount of physical harm done to white people, other than police, is infinitesimal. And in Detroit, whites and blacks or Negroes looted in unity, right? So he points out that the usage of looting and rioting, while he still disagrees with it, right, exists as a way to show or to demonstrate to white society, to shock white society, he says, right, that the fact that that society itself cherishes property rights above people itself, right? The violence serves a purpose in that it's supposed to be like, oh, you care more about this building, right? Or these products than you do the lives of black people that have been slaughtered, murdered by the police. It's a very similar conversation that exists with the BLM riots, right? Even though that 97% of the protests during BLM were peaceful, there was some violence, right? And applying that logic to this scenario, the usage of violence, right, is done to shock or to demonstrate the hypocrisy of the, what's the word? To demonstrate the hypocrisy of the dominant socioeconomic group. We're being like, oh, you claim to care about, violence. You claim to care about violent acts, yet you take more issue with this Walmart being burned down than the lives of black people being killed. Right? That's what he's referring to with this. And applying that to the Houthis, it's supposed to be demonstrating the fact that, hey, you are hypocrites. You claim to care about violence and violent acts, but you are putting more focus on this infinitesimally small violent act in comparison to the overarching system of oppression than you do than that system of oppression itself. You care more about the individual acts of taking a few ships than you do about the lives of tens of thousands, right, of Palestinians that have been slaughtered by Israel so far. It's a demonstration of hypocrisy. It serves a purpose. It does. It serves a purpose. Anyway, it goes on for a while. They may be deplorable, but they are there and should be understood. Yeah, I'm going to skip forward a little bit. Most cities in which riots have occurred have darkness. The policymakers of white society have caused the darkness. They created discrimination. They structured slums. Oh, wait, here. It is incontestable and deplorable that Negroes have those left in the darkness, since expressed by Victor Hugo a century ago. He said, if a soul is left in the darkness, sins will be committed. The guilty one is not he who commits the sin, but he who causes the darkness. The policymakers of white society have caused the darkness. They created discrimination. They structured slums. It is incontestable and deplorable that Negroes have committed crimes, but they are derivative crimes. They are born of greater crimes of the white society. When we ask Negroes to abide by the law, let us also demand that the white man abide by law in the ghettos. Day in and day out, he violates welfare laws to deprive the poor of their meager allotments. He flagrantly violates building codes and regulations. His police make a mockery of law, and he violates laws on equal employment and education and the provisions for civic services. The slums are the handiwork of a vicious system of white society. Negroes live in them and do not make them any more than a prisoner makes a prison. Let us say boldly that if the violations of law by the white man in the slums over the years was calculated and compared with the law breaking of a few days of riots, the hardened criminal would be the white man. These are often difficult things to say, but I have come to see more and more that it is necessary to utter the truth in order to deal with the great problems that we face in our society. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that MLK was pro-violence instead of non-violent. Later in that speech, he speaks to his continued commitment to civil disobedience over militant action. However, he does understand the inevitability of violent actions despite his belief in the opposite. He also derives a distinction between rioters, looters, and insurrectionists, something that certain contemporaries fail to grasp. So we talked about how modern liberalism operates with respectability as its main driver for political action. So yeah, the point that he makes here is that, and he says it, he says, if you compare the crimes of the white man in the slums over the years, and you compared that, or it was calculated and compared to the law breaking of a few days of riots, right? The amount of crimes that the white man had committed in the slums would be infinitely larger, paraphrasing, right? In a very similar way, if you compare the crimes of the Houthis, view them as terrorists or not, you compare those crimes of taking ships, doing a blockade, to the crimes that Israel has committed, even in the last year, it's night and day. I will condemn the Houthis for taking ships. Sure, whatever, right? But I will spend all of my other time, right, proportionally, condemning Israel's committed acts of genocide, right? The expectation that we should be spending all of this time condemning the Houthis because them blocking the ships is bad and it's horrible or whatever, while the current, like, a genocide is currently ongoing. Again, it's about priorities. If I spent my time crying about the Houthis instead of talking about the genocide, you know, maybe I don't care about the genocide that much. And also, I don't really care about the ships being blockaded, if we're being entirely real. Welcome back. What do you mean by that? Thank you. I've been back for a few days, though. That's my take. Even Martin Luther King, non-violent king himself, right, understands that, like, any crimes that are committed by oppressed people are derivative crimes. The Houthis, right, are committing crimes, right? International crimes, taking and blockading ships. They are derivative crimes, though. They are crimes derived from the structure imposed by Western forces and Western powers, right? The crimes that I don't agree that it's a crime. I mean, you can't necessarily agree or disagree that it's a crime. Crimes are violations of law. Laws are created. You know what I mean? Like, they can be violating international law, right? Because, like, international law says you can't take ships in international waters or whatever, right? I don't think it matters. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care if they are crimes or not. They're following international law is what I'm saying. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care, right? Because we can say they're following international laws. The U.S. is going to be like, nuh-uh, no, they're not, right? Which is why I say it doesn't matter. The convention is an international law. Again, it doesn't matter, because, like, we can say they are following international law. It doesn't matter if the world views it as not following international law, right? It's against the law for the U.S. to supply arms to a country that has been found via international law to be violating, you know, the Geneva Convention. We still do it anyway. You know what I mean? So whether or not something is a law or is not a law is not my chief concern, right? What my chief concern is that even if it is a crime, even if it is violent, right, contextually, you know what I mean? Israel's still the bad guy. US and NATO see what they're doing as illegal, but many other countries don't consider it illegal. But it doesn't matter at that point. You know what I mean? If the US is going to be the people dropping bombs on them, that's my point. We're arguing about the intricacies of whether or not Houthis are violating law or not violating law, but it doesn't matter if the US and NATO views it as a law violation, you know? That's my point. Black Panthers and the like caused resistance to segregation while TV's broadcast brought home to whites and other non-blacks the vicious attacks of whites being bullied by black protesters, especially children, were seen as the real shock to white Americans who have never seen themselves. The attacks of helpless blacks seeing a level of playing field. Whites are indeed in power, and so they had to be converted to bring out integration, which is still in progress, not established, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't care, honestly. I'm not going to condemn the Black Panthers. I'm not, right? It was well within their right to resist violently to oppression. In the same way that it's well against the rights of black people in South Africa to resist oppression. It is. It is in their right to do so. Right? I don't subscribe to the idea that like black people need to be perfect victims, prim and tidy, in order to like demonstrate that they deserve to be human. Right? And it is still up in the air how well that worked in the first place. That's just me. That's what I take. But I do have to call it here. I was supposed to end stream like freaking 13 minutes ago. But yeah, I'm not gonna get too deep into like we actually did get too deep into like the freaking Houthis. Here's your point. Wish I was at home on my computer typing. Oh man, I'm not convinced. I think violent begs the question to what and to what ends. I think the problem is you don't understand violence as it currently exists at all. Honestly, like oppression is violence. That's the first part, right? No matter what violence Hamas has done, it is not even consequential to the amount of violence that has been imparted on them by Israel. That's it. We're sitting here decrying what level of 1% to 2% of violence of the system of oppression that they currently exist under is acceptable. You say, oh, well, I think 1% of violence is acceptable, but not 5%. And I'm saying, well, I think, 5% of violence is acceptable, but not 10%. Like we are arguing about people who are currently oppressed when it doesn't matter. I don't care. I don't care, genuinely. My focus is on the overarching system of oppression and the root cause of the violence in the first place. You're never going to catch me condemning the Haitian Revolution when the system of oppression of slavery brought them there in the first place. It doesn't matter to me. I'm not willing to discuss it. Right? Because we never see the oppression itself as violence. That is violence. Why are we not talking about that violence? It is larger scale violence. It is more long-term violence. It is more destructive violence for more people. And we're talking about the violence of the Houthis taking ships. It is an unserious conversation, completely unserious conversation. It is. If Israel's killed, like I said it before, Hamas killing 1,200 Israelis on October 7th, not good. It's bad. And I will condemn that proportionally to condemning Israel killing hundreds of thousands of Palestinians in the interim. With American weaponry. I don't believe torturing and sexual violence that captors serve to stop Israel, which there's no evidence that there is like massive torture or sexual violence, but you know what I mean? Why are they captors in the first place? That's the problem. That's the issue. They're fucking captors. Like, we're talking about like, I just said captors, like freaking like Israel. Like you're talking about like slavery, take slavery, for example. Easy, very easy, right? I don't think the violence against slavers, is a good thing. We should talk about how this violence against slavers is bad and how the fact that the system of slavery is a dehumanizing system that oppresses entire generations and lineages of people. Like, you see how stupid that sounds? You know how fucking dumb that sounds? To be talking about the intricacies of how much violence the slaves are allowed to do against the slave owners themselves? That's stupid. It's dumb. It is dumb. It is a dumb conversation. It's a dumb conversation. We're sitting here arguing about the intricacies of how much violence is an oppressed people who are faced with like unending oppression are allowed to do to their oppressors. And it's a dumb conversation because if we go to the root cause, we would stop the violence to begin with. If Israel stopped committing the violence, there would be no Hamas. Hamas would not exist. Hamas would not be in power. There would be no Hamas. There would be no violent resistance. There would be no October 7th. It wouldn't exist. It would not exist. And so the amount of time that we spend talking about how bad Hamas is and condemning the amount of violence that Hamas has committed, instead of the root issue, the root cause that got here in the first place, which is Israel's continued oppression of Palestinians, we're not being productive. It's not a productive conversation. It's not. It's not. And I'm done talking about this. Because it's a stupid conversation. I will always tailor my critique on the people in power, the systems in place. And if you don't do the same, you're not a serious person. You don't want peace. There's no peace by having an allowance of oppression that the Palestinians. What about 50% of oppression? What about only 70% of oppression of Palestinians instead? Maybe that will solve the issue. Maybe that will solve the problem, right? Instead of like 100%. My take is 0. In any conversation that is not, how do we get to 0% oppression? How do we stop the system of oppression? How do we end systemic violence? Is not a serious conversation. But I do have to go. Because I have work to do. Because I am an adult with an adult job and stuff. Jeez Louise. Oh wait, YouTube is still on.